welcome you to our new building, which just opened a couple of weeks ago. And our food service actually just started yesterday, but it's up to its usual high standard, as you can tell from the lunch you just were served. And this is the first annual American Enterprise Institute Conference on Economical Housing by Design, sponsored by the National Multifamily Housing Council. We spent a lot of time talking about what word or phrase to call this type of housing. Normally it's called workforce housing, or it might be called affordable housing, and we had problems with both of those definitions. Affordable housing in the United States really means affordable housing by subsidy. And so it's not economical housing, it's housing that is made economical, relatively speaking, with subsidies. And workforce housing is another problematic term. It originally started out talking about policemen and teachers and things like that, first responders, but really, and then it had an income limit. Really, when we talk about economical housing, we're talking about economical housing for workers, service workers, line production workers. These are the people we're talking about. And today, those individuals, and they're extraordinarily plentiful, as you'll see as we present our report, our paper, those individuals make a lot less than for the most part, the first responders and the teachers and things like that, which was the traditional definition of workforce housing. So we came up with the term economical housing by design because economical still has the double meaning that relates to supply and demand. And those of you that know me know I'm a big student of history. FHA back in the 30s and 40s talked about you need housing that people can afford with their pocketbook. It meets their pocketbook, and I'll talk about that a little bit after we have our luncheon speaker. And so economical housing by design says you need to have something you can afford with your pocketbook, and at the same time the supply side needs to provide a supply that meets that demand. And they meet at a price point that works, that's economical for both parties. And so and you do it by design rather than by subsidy. And we then think that gets you communities that work. And that's also a play on words because for the most part, these are communities where the tenants are working. And again, that's something that tends to get forgotten when we're talking about how to provide this type of housing. So with that as a small background, it's my pleasure to introduce Tom White, who not only is one of the authors of the paper that we'll be presenting in a little while, but is our luncheon speaker. I've known Tom for 42 years. We go back, my first job coming out of law school was at the Michigan State Housing Development Authority, and I met Tom there, obviously on my first or second day, it would have been early on. And we worked together for a number of years. I actually worked for Tom for about a month or two, and then I got a promotion to general counsel, and we worked together in that capacity. So Tom's been a colleague, a mentor, a friend for many years. Our paths crossed many times, including at Fannie Mae in the 80s. And I remember I was here in D.C., and I was walking down to the Metro at Connecticut Avenue and K Street, and I get a phone call, and it's Tom, and this was about 8 years ago, saying, "Oh, I've been reading some of the work that you're doing. Do you need any help?" And I said, "Tom, I can always use help." And so Tom was kind enough to offer his help, and so he's been one of the individuals that we rely on a lot to augment the work of the formal staff of AEI. We have a lot of individuals that help with their time and their expertise, and Tom's one of them. I think you're in for a treat because Tom's experience not only is it multifaceted, but it goes back to about 1964, 1963. And the housing policy history in the United States, in terms of the government's involvement, the federal government's involvement, goes back to about 1933 or 1934. And I asked Tom to take a look at two books by individuals that were very deeply involved in the housing policy development in the United States back in the 20s, 30s, 40s, 50s, and they basically retired in about 1975. They both wrote books about their experience and what they concluded, and that overlaps with about 10 years of Tom's experience. So I thought this was a perfect opportunity for Tom to cover basically an 85-year period and gives some perspective that they had and that he had. So without further ado, I will introduce my friend and colleague, Tom White.
Thank you. Playing with the grandkids the other day, I somehow tore my knee up, so I have to take it a little easy up here. I did say good morning, but it's good afternoon now, I guess it is. I want to begin with a tongue-in-cheek comment, and I have to do it tongue-in-cheek and say that because the mainstream press do not get the exigencies of irony or tongue-in-cheek these days. They sort of take everything literally. But my tongue-in-cheek comment starts, it seems that President Obama sought to overshadow this seminar. The administration issued, which is in your pamphlet, a rather excellent report on NIMBYism, but they failed to take the next logical step, putting the market back to work. Our report is only partly about the negative. It is more about allowing the positive energy of the housing industry to come out of its shell, a shell that government has created. Our focus, as Ed said, is on workers priced out of the market. And I want to underline the term workers. We think this is key to what we're doing. And I don't know how many of you might have remembered the 1970s, even in diapers for some of you. But in the 1970s, I, Ed, and many others in the state housing agencies initially had the same thrust in the housing programs. Housing workers priced out of the market, then particularly because of the high prime rate, 8% plus in the 72, 73. With mortgage revenue bonds, or Section 236, then a shallow subsidy program, we were able to build housing without deep subsidies. In Michigan, we even built townhouses without deep subsidies. We had to build it with cost constraints, though, because we had a narrow area, not too expensive, but the market actually had to afford the rent. We did not have steep subsidies to make up for market problems. So the rent had to be at a level that the worker could pay, and the housing had to be attractive enough to attract the market. Real risk, we did our own underwriting. We felt that FHA was a negative as it was too invasive. No Taj Mahals, but we built a lot of homes. Today we have low rates, but little moderate cost production for modest income workers. The current production is concentrated on luxury housing or on apartments with deep subsidies. The focus of our paper today, as Ed has said, is about the service and light manufacturing job sector. This sector is about 30% of all jobs. It's amazing. And they average somewhere between 26,000 and say 34,000 across the country, and Charlie will bring you much more data later in the panel. But this income group is obviously a big part of the rental housing market. Ironically, at this point in our history, to suggest increasing the supply of housing that fits the pocketbook of the market and protects the taxpayer checkbook will be considered as a bold initiative. And our idea to approach this from the bottom up, not from the top down, locality by locality, also seems novel these days. Shifting gears, as Ed said, he had asked me to look at a couple gentlemen who participated in the early FHA, and in fact one participated in the New Deal brain thrust that created the FHA and see what kind of overlap I had with these gentlemen. One was Miles Killeen, an architect who participated in the brain trust, and Ernest Fisher, the first chief economist of FHA, who was a renowned economist on his own. Well, my career, as Ed suggested, did overlap. I don't know if I really was the missing link, but anyway, I was a link. And in 1975, Killeen and Fisher both published books on housing policy. And 10 years before that, I had, as a state legislator from downtown Detroit, sponsored the Michigan State Housing Development Authority Act, which passed in 1966. That, I think, is about 50 years ago, and somehow I'm still pushing the rock up the hill. On investigation, I discovered I was a kindred soul with Miles and Ernst. Their age at the publication of the quotes is interesting. Fisher was 82 and Killeen 77, and I'm somewhere in the middle of that. Perhaps we could be defined as curmudgeons, but we all comment from years of founding, managing, and observing housing policy and programs and seeing the results. By way of background, from the personal side, I was the son of union workers in Detroit. We lived in one of the small FHA houses built under the Fisher rules. Then for health reasons, I had to move back into the inner city. So we lived in a 4-family flat for my primary and secondary schooling. I didn't buy a house until after I was 30, contrary to what some expectations are these days. So I truly know what it is to be a renter. Professionally, and I did have a start very quickly in the fast food industry, but I was a social worker, a civil rights agency executive, a state legislator representing the inner city of Detroit, a state housing and FHA executive, executive vice president of the National Council of State Housing Agencies, Wall Street executive, leader of the Fannie Mae DUS program. I understand that this year it might do $50 billion. A board member of the largest owner of multifamily investments interest in the United States at the time I was a board member. And I was a board member of one of the largest nonprofits in the housing space. And both of these boards suffered greatly during the housing and financial crisis. With Charlie Wilkins, I have written articles suggesting the privatization of multifamily housing, housing mortgage markets is feasible and desirable. I have pretty much seen the industry from all sides and frankly have been on all sides of the table. I'm going to quote Killeen and Fisher and a 1953 National Association of Home Builder books. I think they paint a picture as true today as yesterday. Killeen first, and this links directly to the National Multi-Housing Council. I don't know how many of you know the history of the council, a very effective agency here in Washington, but it was founded at first to fight rent control, which was prevalent across the country in those days. Miles Killeen spoke of this tendency for rent control to last well after World War II. It was instituted in World War II as we had material shortages. Thus, we didn't allow housing production. So since we capped housing production, we capped rents. And here's what Miles had to say about this reluctance to remove the rent control restrictions. Rent control is very popular, obviously because landlords are bastards by definition, while tenants are always oppressed. Not much has changed. More from Killeen. And these quotes are a little complicated to follow, but bear with me. However, this was the beginning of a pattern that became customary. Congress would liberalize the Housing Act. These innovations, more often than not, did not work. And when disaster struck, Congress, taking no responsibility for the problems, would proceed to do more of the same sort of thing. When you think about it, isn't that the common definition of insanity? Doing the same thing over and over again and expecting different results? And one last Colleen quote. The conflicts that developed within and among those policy groups were really from 2 points of view. Those who, having tasted the power of centralized authority, were strongly in favor of the state-organized economy, and those who sought the return to a market-oriented economy. That, again, is familiar today. I want to detour for a moment here to consider today's single-family market. I do so to connect the importance of what Colleen has said about housing policies with the dangers I now think we face. Ed and Peter Wallison, in their forensic studies, conclusively, in my opinion, link government policy to the crash of housing markets and to the resulting international financial crisis. And yet today we have the constant drumbeats for Congress to liberalize, remember what Colleen said, what the government has already liberalized. As Yogi said, deja vu all over again. The Economist, think of it, The Economist magazine, bastion of left-center politics, has this headline. I don't know how many of you just saw it in the last month. Nightmare on Main Street. It is the world's largest asset class, worth $26 trillion, more than America's stock exchange. Biggest concentration of financial risk. Prices tumbled in 2006. A chain reaction led to the crisis of 2008 and 9. A decade on, the presumption is that the mortgage debt market monster has been tamed. In fact, vast, nationalized, and undercapitalized, it remains a menace to the world's largest economy. This is not an ad for tomorrow's conference, the International Housing Risk Conference, although, well, it could be. But it is a lesson for us on the importance of our rather modest proposal. Still in infancy, frankly, a step at a time, but based on the need to act now to bring back market concepts, to denationalize housing before it all happens again. Maybe a small start in the terms of the Obama administration early on, maybe it could give a nudge to Congress. I'm not sure. Now from the esteemed Ernest Fisher, writing on the liberalization of our programs. Lengthening their term and reducing the loan-to-value ratios raises the radical question of whether the disbursements made to assist purchaser and renters have benefited others more than those who they were intended to relieve. The largest groups to whom it is sometimes suggested some of the benefits may have flowed are the builders, building labor, the suppliers of building materials, and real estate brokers and speculators. And these days, I would have to add the nonprofits and the housing advocates, all what the economists called rent seekers. I have been a rent seeker myself. I know the short-term benefits. I also know the long-term failures. And in his 1975 book, Housing Markets and Congressional Goals, Fisher states, and I quote again, having participated in and observed housing policy for over 40 years, I found myself obliged to satisfy my intellectual curiosity about the trends in government intervention in housing markets. These conclusions have not been reached easily or thoughtlessly, but they have convinced me that much more thought must be given to the means that government employs in trying to realize the gleaming goal of a decent home and a suitable environment for all of its citizens. Frankly, I'm at the same place. Conclusions not reached easily or thoughtlessly, we must rethink. This means that we need to rethink the means by which our society, as well as our government, employs itself and deploys itself in realizing the gleaming goal. I'm going to shift now to the 1953 National Association of Home Builder book. This is a little more raw meat, by the way. This book abounded with some well-founded criticisms of subsidized housing. Some zingers. Subsidized housing invariably costs more than private housing. Subsidized housing is not low-cost housing. It is high-cost housing offered at a low rent. But on the positive, the NAHB advocated for the right way to do things. Steps we're advocating today, I would hope today's NAHB will join us in following the advice of NAHB past. They stated that the country needs maximum private production of well-planned homes with emphasis on the lowest attainable price brackets. You can ascertain as I selected these quotes that I generally agree with them. I agree based on my own experience, founding, creating, and managing government programs. Colloquially said, there's been some really good stuff done with government programs, but at too high a cost, and there have been many failures. I will not go into a litany of these problems. At one point I had a litany and wisdom suggested I take it out. It was a very long list. Another day, another discussion. It's also hard to say what the counterfactual world would have looked like, a country without all pervasive government restrictions of local planning, zoning, building codes, complicated processes, state mandates. And here's one I stress, and it's subtle. And federal programs playing to the high cost of government intervention by monitorizing the cost in the increased subsidies needed for deep subsidy monopoly markets. The government actually pays for this because these things, even in the report, the Obama report, they refer to the fact that all subsidized housing costs more because of these restrictions. I say here, the subsidies are a perverse reward for creating the regulatory monster. Ed in his single-family work questioned the value of intervention in the markets with this analysis. The home ownership rate today is only marginally higher than in 1956, but all the looser mortgage lending standards have resulted in today's FHA borrower spending nearly twice the income on housing, taking on 2.2 times the debt, purchasing a home at 1.8 times the price with 6 times the default rate, always compared to the typical 1954 borrower. Has our leveraging really done any good? Is the counterfactual case the same for multifamily housing, but with different metrics? I think we could make that case. I think today's apartments are larger, they're fancier than ever, but rents are too high. Workers are paying too much of their income for rent and utilities and transportation, and economical apartments cannot be built because of local restrictions. I'm going to give another example of the cost creep in housing, actually a landslide increase. This is what I call a counterfactual reality fact. In other words, it's a real fact. The high cost of low-income housing tax credit projects. Some of you may know that program, some may not, but it was a program created in the 1986 Tax Reform Act as a sop to the housing lobby for killing off tax shelters. In fact, it was first suggested to me in the early 1980s as a replacement for mortgage revenue bonds. This was intended as a shallow subsidy for modest quality apartments. Today it's producing deeply subsidized apartments, often gold-plated properties that can cost $250,000 per unit or more in many jurisdictions. Contrast that with our case study with no subsidy, with development costs well under $100,000. Before my ending editorial, I have one more bone to pick. The no-growth attitude of many communities masquerading as the environmental movement. I won't dwell on the subject, it deserves a seminar in itself, but often with scant environmental evidence, activist legislation mandates set-asides for open space or sensitive environment or supposed ecologically important land or even just plain agricultural fields. These restrictions, if not offset, drive up land prices and limit economic development to high-end properties. We have driven modest housing to exurbia or even further. The idea behind it, we have ours, you stay put. And now to my ending editorial, which I will reiterate much of what I have said. 80 years of national and local housing policies have left us in a conundrum. Extremely dedicated and creative people have delivered on some of the promise of the subsidized programs. But the federally subsidized programs function as a lottery. 25% of the eligible households get the huge bonus, others, nothing. And we have failed middle-income renters. Current programs are too expensive to expand to them, and often we build more costly units for welfare families than for the unsubsidized working families. In the long run, this is simply untenable. Too expensive means that everyone in the system, advocate, developer, nonprofit, for-profit, lender, GSEs, state agencies, HUD, knowing the product is overpriced for the market, all seek a no-risk, slam-dunk development. This results in the need for deep subsidy, allegedly, to help the poorest. But as Fisher pointed out, also benefiting others, guaranteeing a profit, big fees, a successful groundbreaking, or, sometimes more importantly, a self-congratulatory pat on their own back. Reiterating, local land use, building codes have unnecessarily driven up the cost of assisted housing, primarily as a tool supporting not-in-my-backyard attitudes. Federal financing has priced out local equity and bank financing that is much better at meeting local needs. And all this has given subsidized housing a negative image. Sometimes, unfortunately, it's well-deserved. We have found that often in the cities we visited, that crime is centered in some of these projects, and social disorganization can abound. Poor, ineffective management contribute to the negatives. With this perception and reality, we fail the tenants. We fail them in their quest for a safe place to live and a nurturing place to live and raise children. In short, we have distorted the housing market with federal credit, better pricing, subsidies, and local restrictions. In the 1930s, 40s, and 50s, housing policy was largely about encouraging modest housing at economical prices without subsidies. In part, we want to return to the past, but without discrimination and with new technologies and with good management. The federal experts say it is not possible to develop apartments that are economical for workers without using subsidies. We disagree. And so do others working on small and micro home design and the best utilization of small spaces, and local elected officials working for a change. As you will see later today, there's powerful evidence that creative developers and concerned local officials can work together to bend the cost curves. We're not asking for more money, more regulation, or more control to do this. It's not magic. It's hard work to unravel the knot, to unbind the creative energy of the industry to do what they can do to meet market need on their dime with real risk, but this can lead to great results. May sound naive or too simple for our complex narratives of today, but small steps can lead to big things, as they did in early FHA, a pro-market agency at that time. I know revisionists dispute the truism that a free market strategy made us the greatest economic force in the world, but it did. It gave us the highest standard of living ever achieved and the best housed. I'd like to give it a chance today. Thank you. Are there questions? Okay, thank you. Whoop.
Can you hear me? Nope. Okay, so hi, I have a question. I stumbled upon a report by the U.S. Bureau of the Census And I called them, and they told me that they did this report only every decade, where they actually take the home ownership rate and break it apart into people who actually own their homes outright versus people who have indebtedness. And I know, speaking about what you've been saying, this wouldn't solve all the problems, but it might change the psychology of people who think they need to buy a house in their 20s, and not just a small house and move up and another one and move up, but a 4 or 5 bedroom house with a jacuzzi tub and all this stuff. If people got it into their head that it's shameful to be in debt, really, and they'd be part of the home indebtedness, and they'd be striving to be part of the people who own their home outright. And I remember, and it was in The Jungle, which was like a horrible book, but one of the things I remember from there is that people said the reason that they wanted to buy a home is so that one day they would never have to pay rent again.
Yeah, Ed has written, and Steve have written extensively on this subject, so I'm perhaps not the best one to comment on single-family housing, but we all got into the greed game. If we buy a house now, it's going to increase in enough value in just a few years that I can sell that and buy the next one and buy the next one, and we saw what happened.
This is going to segue into what I'll talk about. These programs started out as if you figure out how much what you're currently paying in rent, and then you price the housing, that's your pocketbook, and then you build housing that meets that pocketbook, that's economical, and you get on that first step, buying a house, and then the goal is to eventually pay off the mortgage. They used to burn mortgages, and there was a mortgage burning party, and you wanted to do that by the time you were, 50 years old, 55, 60. I mean, that's what my parents did, and that was
what
the goal.
My parents did, too.
Yeah, today, through refinances and 30-year mortgages, which, by the way, didn't really come up broadly until the mid to late 50s, through 30-year mortgages, you're 65 years old and you still have 15 years left. That doesn't compute. It doesn't work, and so, but we'll get into that.
It sort of means we're all renters at that point.
But that's a perfect segue into the next session. So
thank you.
So I'm going to talk about sort of the history of economical housing, and it's a lot easier to research single family than apartments. There is some stuff on apartments, and I would just add that you can go to Alexandria, you can go up on Wisconsin Avenue, and Washington, D.C. had a lot of apartments that were built with FHA financing. Some were built by public housing agencies back in the 30s. When these programs started, they tended to be garden apartments. They tended to be all brick, and they're still with us, 80 years later, and they're still very functional and desirable places to live. But I've tried to find, Tom asked, what's the square footage change? It's very difficult to, find that out. It's hard enough for single family. It's difficult for multifamily. All we know is they've gotten larger. And today they're 1,100 or 1,200 square feet on average, the new construction of multifamily. And we think they might have been 500, 600 square feet, although you couldn't tell by this building where each floor in this building was one apartment. So that was, and Andrew Mellon lived here for many years when he was Secretary of Treasury and was assembling what is now known as the National Gallery of Art, and was donating his collection to the National Gallery. So on the single family side, I went back to Sears Roebuck. You may be familiar with that. I found the book, 1931. So what's interesting about this book is not only is it just well documented what's going on here, but it was before FHA even begins. And so FHA is viewed as sort of the birth of this concept, when in fact Sears Roebuck had been doing it for 40 years. And you'll see the largest building organization in the world. They had manufactured housing. They were building these things in panels and shipping them on trucks back in the early 30s. And everything we need to build, including the money. They actually financed the housing, and they used 15-year loans with what they call low down payments, 20%. Usually you'd have a lot, and that was your down payment, because land, Steve's familiar with this, and we're familiar from our research, land was around 20% of the end cost of a house. And so if you had a lot, there was your down payment. and you need little or no cash, low payments, monthly like rent. That was the concept. You got in, you paid it down, that gave you the money. You didn't need inflation. If you got inflation, that was a bonus. You then could move on to the next, and eventually pay it off by the time you were in your early 50s or mid 50s. This is very important today because back then few people went to college. Today a large number. The parental amount for college is whatever, 30%. Today people tap the equity in the home if they have equity and use that. Well, wouldn't it be better if you actually own the home free and clear by the time your children are 18? And instead of tapping your equity, you actually had the cash flow of not having to pay principal and interest anymore because you'd actually planned that result. And then when they finish 5 years later or 6 years later, I'm talking 2 children, not one going for 6 years, when the 2 finish 6 years later, you actually can put more money into your 401k, which you've been saving for all along. So that's just an idea of what things were like back then. There's this authentic small houses of the 20s. So again, this predates, again, FHA. There is in your folder also this from FHA. This is 1936. Has a lot of designs and the costs, monthly payment and things, and talks about what FHA was doing. But again, it was largely based on what was happening that had been, the ground had been plowed by Sears Roebuck and many others, and FHA was taking from that. The concept was always the same, though. You wanted to start out with something that fit your pocketbook, and you ended up owning it free and clear. And in the meantime, it was like buying a house and renting it to yourself. That's the way FHA talked about it. And so I was with my daughter this weekend, and I told her, I find the FHA memorabilia is George Mann here. I know he was maybe for tomorrow, but I got an email from him a couple years ago, and he said, Ed, they have FHA memorabilia on eBay. Did you know that? And I said, no, I didn't know that. And so I went on eBay, and I started finding this stuff, and after buying about a half a dozen or dozen items, including the pins like this and the brochures, these brochures, I get a phone call from somebody from Ohio, and he says, I noticed you've been buying some things on eBay. And I said, yeah, and he says, well, you've been buying from me, you probably didn't notice that, and I own a tremendous amount of this stuff. I kind of cornered the market in it, but you're the only one who's buying it. What is your interest in this? And I said, I told him, and I said, this through the beauty of the market. The supplier who had the market, he had it all, and the demand, me, met. And I said, make me an offer. And he made me an offer for the entire kit and caboodle, which ended up being 100 of these pins, 400 of the predecessor brochures to this one, the earlier edition from the year before, and a couple hundred other brochures and some posters. I meant to bring the posters down, but and a bunch of FHA posters, all original, from the period of 1935, 36, 37. And and we reached a price immediately. I mean, he threw out his price. I said, done, because we had a free market transaction, and it worked out well. So I was telling my daughter about this over the weekend, and she started Googling for FHA memorabilia, and she found this. Believe it or not, I got this yesterday. I think I ordered it on Saturday, and the Amazon ferry delivered it yesterday. And Housing, the Magazine of Low-Cost Homes, 1939. Now, the interesting part is who it was published by. It's published by the official publication of the Associated Home Builders of San Francisco, California. And in the back, the home that you rent you can buy. The home your rent will buy. Same concept, 1939. And they go through for various incomes. You have an income of $100 a month. You now pay rent of $25 a month. That was the rule of thumb. That was the standard, 25%. That was the 4-in-1. You had 4 weeks, roughly. You use 1 week for rent. The other 3 weeks you live on. And we went back to 1892, and we found that the rule was about the same in the 1890s. And then they said, you could get a home for $20 a month instead of $25. But then, of course, you had to add in the utilities and the repairs and maintenance, which when you rent, you don't pay. And I have evidence from FHA history that that was about 5%. So if you spent $20 of your $100 on the mortgage, and you spent $5 on utilities and maintenance and repairs, that was your 25%. So it all fit. And when we, as Tom indicated, when we started expanding the leverage, both on the single family and the multifamily side, and we started adding more debt, all we did was actually, much of that got capitalized into higher prices, and larger homes. And so you also have this chart here, which, again, as I said, it's difficult to get this information. We had to concatenate two different series. One is on average square footage of houses, and the other is on median. But you can see when they cross, they're pretty close. So we're going to take them as being equivalent. And you can see back in 1951, the average house was about 875 square feet. And today, the new house is about 2,450 square feet. And the problem is that would be great if that had been gotten through increases in standard of living. Because we know that the price of housing per square foot roughly goes up with inflation. If you build a 2,000 square foot house, it roughly costs twice. Excuse me, if you build it roughly goes up with inflation. Inflation is 2% a year, then the cost of construction roughly goes up 2% a year. But our houses have been going up a lot faster than 2% a year. So that either is because of one of three things. Either because you have more income, your standard of living improved, and therefore your income is going up faster than inflation. Or interest rates have come down a lot, but back in 1951, 1955, interest rates, ironically, were about the same as they are today. We did go through a period where they went very high. I mean, when Tom talked about 9%, 8% in the early 70s, of course, they went double that in the early 80s. But these programs that were brought in 1968 to lower the interest rate were because interest rates had gotten to the ungodly level of 8 or 9%. Little did we know where they were heading or where we'd get back to. The problem is we've gotten back to 4.5%, and we still have all the programs in place that we put in to deal with the fact that interest rates weren't 4.5%, and all of that gets capitalized into, much of that gets capitalized into price. And actually, you can see that even as interest rates go up and down, you don't see anything changing here. There's a reason for that I may get into later, but not now. But there's a reason why that is. But the increase in square footage is just inexorable. So the third way that you can do it, so the first was your incomes are going up faster than inflation. So you can afford more square footage. You have a better, higher standard of living. Two, interest rates are coming down. Therefore, you can buy more house with the same amount of income. Well, we know that's not true from the beginning to the end because interest rates are the same. Or three, you add more leverage. And that's what we've done, is add more leverage. And Tom went through the numbers. So the rest of what you have in the blue folder is the answer for economical housing by design. And we're going to talk a lot about, in the panel, when we present the paper, we're going to talk a lot about the problems and why and how this market works. But at this point, given that we used to have economical housing and we abandoned it, the first handout that has the design is a multifamily design, and it's one that will be one of the subjects of our paper. It's a design for Fruitville Road in Sarasota, a 390-unit complex that's right next to downtown, adjacent to downtown, on a great location in terms of thoroughfare and bus lines and facilities and jobs and everything else. And so this just gives you an idea of how the economical design works. Nelson Roy, the architect, was supposed to be here today and talk about this himself. However, there's a hearing, not a hearing, there's a meeting with the planning department of Sarasota tomorrow about this development, and so he needed to be there to make that presentation. We had asked Nelson to also come up with a single-family design. And so he has two single-family designs here, a one-story, 2 or 3 bedroom design, and a 2-story, 4-bedroom design. So the one-story, 2 to 3 bedroom design, the garage actually, actually the 2-story one is what you come across first. And so that's a pretty straightforward design. These are relatively small homes, but this one has a total of 3 bedrooms. And then when you go to, 4 bedrooms, 3 up and, where's it? Let me get my head around this. Yeah, actually 2 down and 2 up. And so there's one is a den bedroom. It could be either. And then when you get to the 1-story, on page 5, you see that the garage can be moved, either start out at where it is and you end up with 2 bedrooms, or you can eventually add on to the garage later and then put a 3rd bedroom behind that space. It's integrated into the house, and so you end up with a 3-bedroom house. So it's designed to be expanded. And that was another common thing that was done back in the 20s, 30s, and 40s. They were designed to be bumped out through the dormers. They were, Cape Cods with dormers. They were designed to be added on to, whatever. And so that's the same concept here. And again, this is about a 900, give or take, about 1,000 square foot house is the ones, it was 1,100 square feet with the 2-bedroom design and 1,270 square feet with the 3-bedroom for the 1-story. And for the 2-story, 4-bedroom, it was about 1,800 square feet. Again, these are much smaller than the average new house that's being built today, which I said was, almost 2,500 square feet. So that's one alternative. When we started our study looking at Sarasota, we were going to look at both single-family and multifamily. We ended up with so much to do just on the multifamily side that we've put the single-family side off to the side for the moment. We'll get back to it, and so we focus largely on the multifamily side. That's for a couple different reasons, including when we actually started looking at the marketplace, we were being told that the really big issue in places like Sarasota was the shortage of apartment dwellings that were economical. While the other is a problem, it's really much more of a problem for the shortage of the apartments. We also asked Nelson to put together suggestions on how to bend the cost curve. And so that's what this last document does. It goes through a series of design specifications and how one goes about this. There's lots of things that, again, can be done to reduce the cost. And there's one in particular we highlighted in our paper, but I'm going to highlight it here because it fits into specifically the design side. So the gentleman we'll be talking about in terms of the work that he's doing in Sarasota, Harvey Vengroff, he has had a business model that has basically 3 components that have developed over time. The first component was to just buy sort of tired apartment complexes and then refurbish them some and then operate them as economical housing. The second was to buy tired motels, which I didn't realize how many there were in the United States until you start thinking about it and driving. It's like those of you that remember the sniper in Washington, D.C. You never thought about white panel trucks until they said, oh, the sniper's driving a white panel truck. And every other vehicle was a white panel truck with ladder racks. So now that I've been attuned to these motels, I see them everywhere. And it's not just any motel, it's the actual quintessential motel design, which is roughly a 2-story building, might be 3, but a 2-story building with the exterior entrances. And so it's literally a 2-story, and all the entrances are on the exterior. So Harvey, when he buys an apartment building, it has that design. when he buys motels, it has that design. When he builds his new buildings, it will have that design. You can see it in here on page, let's see, yeah, page A3. It's a little hard to tell, but that little inset at the bottom, those are all exterior entrances along breezeways. And you can say, well, that doesn't work in Boston or wherever. That may be true, but again, you don't need to have answers that work everywhere, but I would argue that it probably works in 70% or maybe even more of the country, and it probably works in 85% of where the growth is in the country, since the growth tends to be in the warmer climates. I can also tell you that I lived in an apartment that was a high-end at the time apartment in Lansing, Michigan, and we had exterior entrances on it was a 9-story building, and we had exterior entrances, and so it can be done. The reason that's so important is there are a number of reasons. One is, as soon as you put the two apartments back to back, you've eliminated space that has to be heated and conditioned and lit. That is just hallway. That's the hallway. So you save on expensive space that isn't really being used other than to provide access and egress and ingress to the apartments. Secondly, as soon as you butt those two apartments up against each other, you then butt all of the water and everything that's utility, all the stuff runs back to back. And so you not only stack all the bathrooms on top of each other and you stack all the kitchens on top of each other so everything is running efficiently up and down, but you butt them up against each other so you have a channel down the middle, and that's where all your sewer lines and electrical lines and water lines and whatever other utilities are running there. And then the T's off of that are just inches. Because everything's butted up against that spot. You can't do that if you have this double-barreled corridor, which is a traditional way to do apartments or even hotel rooms. Third, you then end up with the balcony or the breezeway, which then creates the roof, the top, then creates the floor of the next level. Well, that then provides shade for the units so that you don't have as much solar energy coming in, again, if this is in the warmer climates. And so you provide some natural shade, which used to be the way it was done when you had big overhangs on buildings. That was to keep, during the heat of the day, that was to keep the sun from beating into the windows that you then today would air condition. Next, if you have this 8-foot wide area, that then becomes along your unit some semi-private space. You can put a lawn chair or two, you can put some potted plants. You now have some outdoor space. But that also brings back the old porch that people had, which is you now have people that are facing outwards, and they have this extra space, and they're facing out, looking out, and the neighbors are going by and they're saying hello. You build community that way because you actually have eyes looking around and talking to people. Well, then if again, these are for communities that work. So if you have the nurse's aide or the cook that gets off at midnight and is coming, into the complex or the park and they need to get to their apartment, they're never out of sight of either eyes or surveillance. As soon as you have interior hallways, you have places that are very hard to control. As soon as you have elevators that have doors that you can't see into, you have areas that are very hard to control. And so you want to be able to have a design that actually works all the way around. For fire safety, you think about it. Would you rather leave a building where every unit has an exterior exit, or have to exit into a hallway that becomes smoke-filled? I'll take the first one. And so even from a fire safety perspective, this is a much better way to go. And if they don't overdo it on the codes, you don't put sprinklers on the breezeways. You have to sprinkle the interior, but some places they require sprinklers on the breezeways. Why? That's a lot of money. The other thing you have to do is as soon as you have these hallways and the stacked stairwells, that are enclosed, you have to have positive air pressure, which means you have to have them sealed and then fill them with a certain amount of pressure so the smoke won't get into those areas. Well, that gets expensive. And then does it really work after a while? It's like the fire doors that are always supposed to be kept closed and unlocked that don't necessarily work that way. And so there's all kinds of things, one after another. And when you stack all this stuff together, you end up with a design that's actually quite economical and works for the community that's going to live there, because they need to have something that for a community that works. They need safe housing. They need to be able to get to their apartment. They need to have confidence when they're moving around. So that's one example of that. And the last thing I wanted to talk about is in the process of our research, we did a deep dive into the literature, and we found they tend to be towards the top on the front page. Bending the cost curve, solutions to expanding the supply of affordable rentals. That's a great place to start. It was put out by the Urban Land Institute Terwilliger Center. About half of it focuses on things that are useful for economical market rate housing. The other half talks about how you deal with the subsidized side. And it's useful because it tells you all of the expenses that you end up running into on the subsidized side. And those expenses end up being the just one more thing syndrome. And the just one more thing syndrome is you have a subsidy program and it has a set of requirements. Maybe it has 10 big requirements. And then somebody says, well, what about this? Oh yeah, and everybody goes, well, that sounds good. And well, then when you stack 5 or 6 or 7 subsidy programs on top of each other, each one of them has a series of requirements. And each one of them has just one more thing. And back, I just recall this, Tom, when we were at MISHTA together, I was developing the home improvement program. And we were using Title I home improvement insurance. And Henry Landau. So he was on the board of directors of Michigan Housing. And I was putting this together, and I was looking at what HUD required, or what FHA required, and it was a very, these loans were, I don't know, $1,000, $2,000. You paid them back over, I forget, 5 or 7 years, and they were done without an appraisal. They were done without a lot of the normal things you would do in real estate lending, but you did do a credit check, you did a few other things, you did record the lien. And FHA had a view that, look, some percentage of people are going to actually use the money for something else, but they're going to pay the loan back. If there's the direct lending, which we were doing, they're going to pay the loan back. And so I start meeting with Henry Landau, and he says, well, what about getting a property review? Who owns the property? I said, well, Henry, that costs $100 or whatever it costs. These loans, we're going to be charging 5% on a $2,000 loan. That's not a lot of interest. That's not our cost of money. That's what we're charging. We could never make the $100 back, and FHA doesn't require that, and the program seems to work without that. Well, what about an appraisal? Well, an appraisal is going to cost $200. You get, if we'd gotten into the just one more thing, we would have ended up with a program that was going to cost, I'm making up numbers now, $1,200 to originate a loan for $2,000 or $3,000. And there was no way that was going to work, except we were subsidizing these loans some. We could have decided to make up the difference through the subsidy. And that's really what's happened that Tom's talked about, is we've decided to make up the difference in subsidies. So the bending the cost curve talks a lot about the just one more thing and other things. The affordable housing cost study is a study in California, and they actually, at least a few people in the I think it was the government, it was some legislative study agency in California that they found, we've seen the enemy and it is us. We've created this problem through our land use codes and everything else. When I was out in LA a few months ago, and I was with my brother-in-law, and we were up by Malibu and Santa Monica Mountains. This gets to what Tom was talking about. And we're at Santa Monica Mountains, and we're visiting some park, and he's going on about how, isn't it great, so-and-so, well-known person, I don't remember the name, just donated 30,000 acres, and somebody else just donated 20,000 acres, for more hiking trails. And I didn't say this, and I'm looking at the map, and the map is just chock full of hiking trails and all this. I'm going, wait a minute, South LA doesn't have these hiking trails. South LA, they need housing. And we've taken the best land that's relatively close to jobs, and we've taken it off limits. And by the way, they want to take more off limits. How many hiking trails do you need? And so it gets to, again, the point that Tom made. There's a number 3 is from Boston, the Sears Roebuck book I mentioned. And then another one that was very useful for us, and we actually use the term space between in our paper, is number 8, which was put out by the Minnesota Housing Finance Agency. And this is an important thought. As Tom said, only a quarter of the people who might qualify for subsidized housing get it because it's incredibly expensive. But there is a huge amount of market rate, moderately priced housing that is out there, and it's most of the market. And we'll get into that a little bit more, but this concept of the space between gets ignored. And the focus is on the subsidized end, which is made affordable by subsidy, and on the high end, which is where most of the new construction is, and there's not much focus on this huge space in between that is really the moderately priced market rate housing. One of the problems is we'll see in a little while that it's where it's located. It's not located near the jobs. We just got some data on that just this morning for our Sarasota case. We continue to have lots of information coming in, so I'll be reporting on that when we go through our paper. And then there's been lots of articles in the Wall Street Journal on this, how City Hall exacerbates entry-level housing squeeze. The NHB has documented the amount of government regulation. So then you get down to number 11 is the housing cost one that was done by the Legislative Analyst's Office. That's the one where they acknowledge there is a problem and California needs to look at itself in the mirror and try to solve it. The governor's proposed a few things. It hasn't gotten anywhere in the legislature, and so it doesn't look like they're going to get there yet. But at least the first part of getting to a solution is understanding what the problem is and talking about it. So, but when you start getting to 12 and beyond, there are a number of studies that have been done, and the focus is, here's the problem, and I can quibble with how they define the problem and argue against certain ways that the problem's defined, but the solution is always the same. It's only through a lack of subsidy that we haven't solved the problem. If we just had twice as many subsidies or 3 times as many subsidies or 3 times as many people getting the subsidies, all would be solved. I'm sorry, that hasn't worked in the single-family program, notwithstanding trillions and trillions that were put into affordable housing, so-called affordable housing back in the 90s and the aught years. And it hasn't worked very well in multifamily, in my opinion. But putting more subsidies against it is not the solution, because what happens is they basically define the need as what is the entire amount that it would take to make what is currently the stock of rental housing, quote, affordable under the definition that's used by the government. And that's the need, and therefore if we just provided that amount of subsidy, then somehow miraculously that would solve the problem. And it just hasn't worked in the past, and I don't think it'll work in the future. So there's a lot of these, they're mentioned here. As I say, the problem is they all focus on the same thing. We need more subsidy rather than focusing on what we're focusing on, which is we need more supply, and it needs to be economical supply, and how do you get it? So with that, we're just about ready to start panel 1. And so we'll stop now and allow the setup of panel 1, and then we'll begin that in a few minutes. So if you want to stretch for a couple of minutes, we'll convene at 1:30.
We're going to go ahead and get started. So if you'll find your seats, we will start with the first panel. So during the panel, we're going to be doing a few handoffs. I'll talk about a few slides. Ed will talk about a few slides. Tom will chime in as needed. Well, it's a real treat to share this with you. I'm a long-term rental housing guy. Started with a developer back in the 70s and soon became their property management person. So I am one of the bastards that Colleen was talking about. And it is true what they say about landlords. We are. And then I moved on to an even bigger portfolio where I was an even bigger bastard. And then we went public, and then we got acquired, and then I bailed out and started doing consulting and ran into Ed Pinto and Tom White and other folks. So it's a treat to share this information with you. I get this call from Pinto one day, and he said, I'm in Sarasota where I've got a second home, and Pinto is the sort of guy who gets involved in local politics in the location of his second home. So he says, they have this affordable rental housing crisis. And I said, that's not news, everybody has this. And he said, they have local businesses that can't expand because the workers don't have any place to live that is economical. And I said, yeah, that happens everywhere. And he said, and there's this guy who's got this project he wants to build, and he says he can get rents in the $600, $700, $800, $900 range. And I said, he's full of you-know-what. The numbers don't work. I spent my whole career on this. You can't do it. And Pinto, so I said, this guy's going to lose his shirt. And Pinto said, oh, no, not this guy. And I said, well, he's doing charity. And Pinto said, no, not this guy. So I said, okay, I'm skeptical. I want to hear more. And so you will kind of hear the more over the course of this panel. So first, about what this is not. This is not housing with subsidy. This is market rate, no restriction, full on, but at a low price point. This is not a Cadillac, this is a Chevrolet. It is not no regulation. This is different regulation. You actually have to be or have been a developer to understand how much the regulatory system can impact cost. And I was not prepared for how much the cost went down when the local government was willing to revisit the rules. So be prepared for that. We are not talking about policemen and firemen. They make 50%, 100% more than the workers we are talking about. The workers we are talking about are in the 20s, maybe the low 30s on the high end, and that's about what they earn everywhere in the U.S. You would think it would be more in the big expensive cities, but it's not. Just like jeans and pizza cost what they cost, service workers, line production workers, health aides, they get paid what they get paid. It's not a lot. No one is meeting their needs. They need rents in the $600 to $900 range. New apartments cost well over $1,000. In Sarasota, new apartments cost $1,200 and up. Needed rents at half that. Economical, that's what we mean. $600 to $900 rent, utilities on top of that. By design means you have to work at this. This is not easy. You have to make trade-offs. You have to be willing to do smaller units. You have to be willing to do designs that the city might prohibit in other kinds of housing. communities that work, we're talking about those workers. So we're not talking about the really low end, people who need all kinds of interventions. We're talking about full-time, low-wage workers. Ed is going to talk a little bit about economic supply and demand stuff, and then I'll come back and be with you again later. Ed?
Sir? So Charlie gave you a good beginning here to understand sort of the roadmap of where we're going. And so as I said before, you've got economical housing by design, you have a supply side, and you have a demand side. I mentioned that Minnesota had done this study, and they came up with this term, the space in between, or the space between. We're talking about market rate apartments at moderate rents. These are rough numbers. It's hard to get your arms around a lot of these numbers. And so they're, don't take these to the bank, but they're very directionally correct and about right. So they're close enough for government work, as I usually say. But even though we're not going to do the government subsidy, they're close enough for government work. So we've divided into three groups, again, rough groups, the luxury and upper middle income group, the market rate apartments, moderate rents, $650 to $950 a month, and then affordable by subsidy. Those you pay whatever, 30%, whatever it is, and what the initial rent is. You have these fair market rent limitations, and you end up paying 30% of your income. So we looked at first, what is the stock of housing, and roughly 25% of the stock is the luxury upper middle income, and 57% is this space between, which is obviously more than half. It's a big chunk. And then you have affordable by subsidy is about 18%. And then we looked at the flow of supplies. That's the stock of supply. We looked at the flow of supply. And new construction, 70% goes into the luxury and upper middle. About 20% goes into the affordable by subsidy. And about 10% goes into this space between. Now, this is based on what the rents are. One of the important things is you have a package of expenses. If you're doing the calculus and you have a budget, you basically have to look at three pieces. You have to look at what's the rent, what's the tenant paid utilities, and how much do I have to pay to get from that apartment to my job every day. Those are the three pieces. They're all part of, in effect, a broadly defined housing expense ratio, which includes the commute. And as I said before, when FHA was doing this back in the 30s and 40s and 50s, they explicitly looked at, when you were buying the house, what you were paying for the mortgage, et cetera, and the taxes and insurance, and they were explicitly looking at utilities and maintenance. They didn't particularly look at, although they looked at your overall budget, they didn't explicitly look at your commute expense. But back then, commutes were a lot shorter because things hadn't gone, the population was a lot lower and people weren't driving as far. So that sort of gives you the lay of the land on the supply side. And on the demand side, there's a great website, the Bureau of Labor Statistics, and they keep track of each occupations of the jobs, how many people are in those jobs, and what the wages are for those jobs, and they're organized into great categories, which we focused on. Hospitality, food service is one group, other retail, sales, another service group, and there's a number of service groups, landscaping, et cetera. And then there's these, what I call line or light production workers. We're not talking about the people who are managers. We're not talking about the supervisors. We're talking about the people who are just the regular wage earning workers. That turns out to be 38% of all jobs in the United States, public and private. You always hear about the size of the service industry, and we know it's large. But this 38%, when we then caveat it with These are the entry-level people, or the people, that are not the supervisors, et cetera. And on average, they're making about $28,000 a year. These occupations, when you add them all together, the averages for each occupation, you average the average, you get about $28,000. That's mathematically not 100% precise, but we can't get at what each individual worker makes. All we can do is add up weighted averages of these occupational groups. And that ends up being about $28,000 a year. And then we found that their wages don't vary much by geography. Charlie mentioned this. When you think about it, it's common sense. A Big Mac is the same everywhere pretty much. And therefore, why would it be very different? But what does vary is the cost of the housing, utilities to some extent, and transportation. How far do they have to go to live? There's a saying in single-family underwriting that is they drive till they qualify, and in rental it's you drive until you can afford the rent. And so there's a trade-off. You may drive 30 miles, but the rents are $350 less. If the cost to commute is $200, nobody values their time per se. If the cost of the commute is $200, you save $150 by driving the distance and spending that money. So that's the calculus that you have to go through. So we did an analysis of using these data, and we did MSA comparisons, and we have a bunch of them here: Pittsburgh, Atlanta, the national averages, Tacoma, Seattle, Tacoma, Bellevue, Washington, New York, Northport, Sarasota, San Jose, as examples. And these are reasonably representative of the country. And what we found was they don't vary much based on location. You see that Atlanta is down in the $25,000 range is the average of averages. And I think San Jose is up in the $31,000, $32,000 range. That's not a huge difference when you look at the cost of living difference between a San Jose and a Atlanta. And the cost of rents in Atlanta, 90% of the national average. The cost of rents in San Jose, 200% of the national average. That's just one indicator of the cost of living. There are other cost of living things that are more expensive in a place like San Jose. You look at and then the percentages that are of these service workers and line production workers also doesn't vary hugely. You see San Jose's at 32%, and Seattle, Tacoma's at 35. Seattle might be at 30, Tacoma might be at 40, and they average at about 35. But again, you've got everywhere, there's a third or more that are in this category, which makes sense because in the whole country it's 38%. Then you have places like Sarasota where it's 56%. Sarasota's I'll talk about it a little bit later, area of about 740,000 people, so it's not a huge metropolitan area, but it's not teeny tiny, and it has 56%. It's not going to move the needle very much, but in Sarasota it's a very high percentage. And so places like Atlanta, are pretty average compared to the national numbers. And so you get a feeling that this is really where the rubber meets the road. You've got a supply issue that I just described in the space between. You've got a demand issue, what the pocketbooks are, and how prevalent this pocketbook is across the entire country. So I now have to do a shout out to Robert Dorr. So Tom and Charlie and I are sitting in Robert's office trying to talk about, what Tom and Charlie had just finished a paper on how to deal with sort of the planned blight in a lot of subsidized housing after 15 or 20 years, sort of blight by design, and the solution to that. And so ready to move on to another topic, and we were searching around for topics, and Robert, in his inimitable style, just said one sentence. This whole thing was born out of one sentence. Why can't there be market rate affordable housing. That was it. And we go, well, why not? And I remember saying, and Charlie sort of alluded to this, I said, well, there's all these newspaper articles that I keep reading in Sarasota. And I'll say this, if you were to stack all the newspaper articles about homelessness, about affordable housing, about the problems of the local requirements and everything in the Sarasota metropolitan area, you were to add all those up as a bibliography, and how many lines and how many minutes of TV coverage, it would exceed by orders of magnitude the Washington, D.C. area, which is 8 times larger. So this is a hot issue down there. There's tremendous amount of press going on constantly, much more so than you read about inside the Beltway, where they think they're coming up with solutions, but in reality, many times they're not. And so we said, well, this is the perfect place to do the case study. It's manageable. You can get your arms around it. You can talk to virtually everybody in the that you need to. Most of the people very easily. You can get around. You can do a lot of in-depth study very quickly and get to those people. If you try to do that in Washington, D.C., nobody's going to, who are you? I don't want to talk to you. And that's the end of that. And so we said, this is the perfect place to do it. As Charlie said, new construction rents, $1,200 and up. You have this huge percentage of the workforce that's the service and line production workers, averaging $26,000, a little bit lower than national average, and they need these $600 to $900 rents. No such rents are available in Sarasota. I testified before the Sarasota Commission on this topic when the the plan change came up on, I think it was May 1st, and I said I did a search online, and there were no units available, full stop, within downtown Sarasota at these price points. Workers drove too far, paid too much. Employers had difficulty starting and growing their businesses. I found out that, and I've now met with a couple of manufacturers. Believe it or not, there are manufacturers down there. Believe it or not, they have hundreds of job openings. They can't fill them. There's no place for the people to live. They want to expand. They had hundreds more. They can't expand. They've gone to the cities and said, look, you got to figure out a solution for this. So there's actually a task force that's meeting to try to come up with they've actually adopted our language, economical housing by design, and that doesn't have subsidies. I just this morning got the information from the largest employer in Venice, Florida, where they have 2,000 employees. Over a third of them live in Northport, which is 16 miles away one way, so that's 32 miles round trip. 400 or 20% live in Port Charlotte, which is 33 miles away round trip, and 118 or about 6% live in Punta Gorda, which is 36 miles away. So that adds up to 11, 12, 13. So 2/3 roughly of their employees are commuting these large distances. Then they have housing costs as a percentage of monthly income, 53% including utilities. Travel costs as a percentage of monthly income, 19% including car insurance. And so you look at these numbers and the employers are saying, we need a solution for this, because if you don't solve it, we can't stay here. We're going to have to find someplace else, and that's hard to do, and it might be out of the United States, but we can't stay here because we can't get the workers we need and keep them. And so they're working hard to try to solve this problem, and I think they will get it solved given the model that Harvey has demonstrated and we're using in the case study. So the case study basically says there are 2 developments going on down there. One's in Bradenton and one's in Sarasota. They're both done by the same developer. They have a total of about almost 800 units combined. To put 800 units in perspective, I forget Steve Olner, my colleague, was in LA, and in the last 5 years, LA had, 300 units of?
It might have been a little more than that, but it wasn't a lot.
Yeah, for the whole LA County. I mean, we're talking about a place with 8 or 10 million people. And so we're talking, 800 doesn't sound like a lot when you're talking about an area that has the population we're talking about. 800 units in a couple of years is a big improvement in supply. And the efficiencies rent in the low 600s, and it takes a lot of creativity, both on the part of the developer and local governments willing to bend the cost curve. And that's where I'll turn it over to Charlie for the solutions that we found.
It takes both pieces. The developer has to be willing to work, and the local government has to be willing to work also. So this is not the same project you would get in the status quo. They're smaller units, it's a different design, there's a lot more density. So it's a very different project. So those of you who are in the real estate business, we are not talking about the same thing as the status quo, not by a long shot. But you can get to the rents we need without subsidy if everybody is willing to do what it takes to get there. All right. First piece of it is the local government's piece. We need to put more units on a piece of land than we usually allow. This is ground zero essential. So this is not your father's Oldsmobile. This is not the density we're used to. We're talking 2-3 times the density we're used to. Less parking. There's all kinds of reasons this makes sense. We've subsidized cars and commuting, for years by requiring off-site parking that's based on norms that are sort of outdated now. With this tenant population, with housing close to jobs, you get a lot of bicycles, you get a lot of people walking. A lot of 2-worker households with 1 car, not 2. And the developer has talked about putting a Zipcar franchise on site, so if people need a car, they can rent it for a couple of hours to go to Home Depot or whatever. So the point is, we don't need as much parking as we thought we needed in the 60s. And particularly this tenant population doesn't need as many cars as the rule of thumb status quo parking requirement suggests. Processes, fees, implementation changes. This is inside baseball stuff for developers. And I guess I have to back up a little bit. You might think that the apartment development business is you find a piece of land on which you can build apartments, you hire an architect, you do your research, you build. That is not the way it works. You find a piece of land that might work, then you have 4 to 8 years of local approval to go through. There is no piece of land that is zoned for apartments as of right. It doesn't exist. You have to get a specific permission from a host of local approvers to get your project done. Every one of them adds their own just one more thing. And it is not 5 or 7 just one more things, it's 100 or 200 just one more things by the time you get done. And that's part of the reason why it costs so much to build apartments today. And the local government has to be willing to roll that back in order to make this happen. We can't do a 4-year approval process that adds 200 additional requirements. We have to have the 6-month process that adds no more requirements. That is painful. Everybody in the local approving environment will hate this. But if the local government cares about this problem and solving it with leadership, it can happen. So it's not just about allowing the small units. It's not just about allowing the efficient architecture. It's encouraging it. It's leaning forward to help the developer make it happen. This is painful. The local approval process is about saying no. And this is just natural. This is human beings getting things done through each other. This is how the world works. And it takes work to make it happen the other way. The other change that's important is in the status quo, many of the design decisions get made by local officials. Maybe it's the elected city council person or the mayor. Maybe it's the staff person in the planning department. Maybe it's the neighborhood organization that really isn't going to say yes until you agree, to paint the building this particular color, or add a gazebo, or art, or whatever it is that they care about. If, on the other hand, the developer is the one making the decisions, it's much more likely the outcome will be economical. Because the rest of us tend to underestimate the cost of our personal just one more thing. We'll do a couple of little comparisons just so you can kind of get what we've done in housing. Suppose that in the car business, we made it impossible to produce a car that sold for less than $30,000. We prohibited it. And let's say we had a few subsidies so that people who now buy Chevrolets could buy the $30,000 cars that were then being produced. That's what we've done in housing. The car business is regulated. This should not be a bulletin to anybody. We're not talking about no regulation. We are talking about different regulation. Cars get produced at an astonishing variety of price points. They work quite well, and anybody with a job can get a car that's serviceable. And why can't we do that with apartments? Well, we can if we just want to bad enough. Hotels. I live in Santa Fe, New Mexico. When I come east, I have to take a very early flight, sometimes from Albuquerque, which is an hour away, and often I will drive the night before and get a hotel room near the airport so that I don't have to get up at 3 in the morning. I can get up at 4:30 in Albuquerque. And I have become educated on the variety of hotel choices near the airport in Albuquerque. So I go on Orbitz and I start searching around near the airport, and I might get my hotel room at $28.95 because I'm booking 2 hours before I'm going to check in. And if I get lucky, I'll stay, in a Motel 8, 3-story, exterior breezeway, and that suits me just fine. I would not go there with my wife. Her idea of roughing it is a Hampton Inn. Nobody has to regulate the price the Super 8 charges me. I go there because paying the $28.95 is more important to me than the interior hallway that I would get at the Hampton Inn. Other people make a different choice. Like when I travel with my wife, I go to the Hampton Inn because the $74.95 or $113.95 or whatever it is worth it, if you get my meaning. Why can't we do that with apartments? Why can't we have the very basic, low rent, market rate, unsubsidized apartment that the worker can live in and have an economical home? Why can't we have that? And the answer is because we won't let this happen. And we got to change that. All right, little bit on numbers. Now, this is the 7th grade and 8th grade arithmetic that you hated when you were in the 7th grade and 8th grade, unless you were a natural numbers geek like me. But this is fairly simple, and this equation works from the top down, and it also works from the bottom up. If you're trying to do a $700 apartment, you're going to lose some of the rent because the apartment's vacant or they don't pay or whatever. It's going to cost you to be the landlord. You got to pay the water bill if that's the way your apartment is configured. You got to hire a manager. You got to hire somebody to manage the manager. You got to do maintenance. You got to pay property insurance. You got to pay real estate taxes. That's the main categories. For a 2-bedroom apartment in America today, $400 a unit a month. I said America, not talking about New York or Boston or San Francisco, talking about Atlanta, Tulsa, Dallas, Albuquerque. In America, it costs $400 a unit a month to run a 2-bedroom apartment. And this is with the landlord being a bastard. If the landlord is loosey-goosey and charitable, it costs more than that. What's left is called net operating income. This is real estate finance talk. This is the real estate equivalent of interest on a savings account or yield on a bond or dividend on a stock. It's the earning power of the asset before financing cost. $250 a unit a month of NOI will support about $50,000 a unit of value. If you want to deliver $700 rents, you got to get the development cost down to the $50,000 a unit range, roughly. Similarly, if it costs $200,000 a unit to build the project, the numbers don't work unless that $700 is $1,200 or $1,300 or whatever. That's what I mean by saying it works from the bottom up, it works from the top down. And when we talk about bending the cost curve, we're talking about two things. We're talking about the $400, because you got to build the building where it's economical to operate. And you have to be tough as hell on every nickel you spend. You got to be Harvey Vengroff, basically. And you have to bend the $200,000 number. Now, it turns out most of the bending is on the big number, but you have to bend the $400 number too. Our paper includes some primers. This is for those of you who did not spend 40 years building and operating apartments. And the quick overview, we just did number one. You got to understand how the numbers work down from rent and up from development cost. Number two, the new apartments we get rent for $1,200, the ones we need rent for $600 to $900. Because that's what the workers need to pay. Number three, if we can get the rent down to $600 to $900, we should declare victory and quit and celebrate. It would be nice to get it lower, but if we can do that without subsidy, we should make all haste for that door. That's plenty good enough. Those of you who, like me, are housing geeks have heard a lot about affordability, and in the government housing sphere, this means a percentage of a defined amount of income translates into rent and utilities and vice versa. And we have a primer in the paper that says, for the space between, this conversation is meaningless and worse. What's affordable to the worker is what she chooses to pay for wherever she chooses to live, period. She may choose to drive 30 miles each way and have a lower rent. She may choose to live closer to the job, pay more for rent, and endure some trade-offs. Both of those are affordable. I would not dream of second-guessing her choice. And for me, that's just end of story. So we don't worry about affordability. We worry about whether it's economical. You've heard about rental housing crisis. Yes, there is one. It's been going on a long time. This is not just since the Great Recession. This has been going on since the 50s. And the driver is that we have forbidden economical apartments from being built. That's why we have the rental housing crisis. There it is. We've done it to ourselves. Or rather, those of us who are homeowners have used our political power to make sure that the renters who don't live in our town yet pay too much when they move here, which is monumentally unfair from a political standpoint. Subsidy. I spent my whole career doing subsidized apartments. You can do really great things with subsidized apartments, and if you build them right and manage them right, you can produce really wonderful places for people to live that's economical and all of that. But it costs like hell, and there are overheads that are just unbelievable. And in our political system, there is zero possibility that we will vote enough subsidy to solve the problem, even if the subsidy would solve the problem, which is debatable. So if we can get there without subsidy, let's go there. And by all means, if we want to vote subsidies, especially for the really, really, really low-income folks, all more power to us. But for these workers, we got to do it in the market or it's not going to happen. Planning sounds so neutral. It just sounds so prudent. And much of it is. And the innovations of 100 and 120 years ago, where we realized that tuberculosis and malaria and typhoid and things like that had housing dimensions, we needed to make changes to put some basic requirements in place. But most of what we've done in planning and zoning and building codes and health codes and occupancy codes in the last 100 years is really not mostly about health and safety. It's mostly about pushing density down, pushing unit size up, and pushing cost per square foot up for political reasons to benefit homeowners' investments in their homes. And there's then some NIMBY and racism and stuff underneath all that in at least some places like where I grew up, which you can probably tell from my accent. And bending the cost curve two ways. You got to get the rules down where it costs less to build the unit, and the developers got to be tough as hell on every nickel so that you actually get an economical product. And finally, we wrap up with a little primer on the elevator speech about why a local government might choose to go in this direction. Ed is now going to talk about our case study in a little more depth and to show us that it looks like it's actually going to happen. So when our conversation started between Ed and me, I said, this is not going to work. This developer is going to crash and burn. You cannot bend the cost curve enough to make this happen. And Pinto said, no, I believe this guy. And I think Pinto was right. I think it's actually going to happen. So he's going to tell us about that.
So since Charlie just started with number 10 primer, I got an email from a mayor that we actually sent out to 1,300 mayors around the country, our paper, and actually heard from a number of them. And we will continue to send out to those 1,300 mayors via email. And we'll continue dripping water on them, and we'll continue getting responses. This one, I am thrilled to see this, exclamation point, all caps. Thank you so much for your leadership in this critical area. I'm not going to be able to listen in, but I will digest every word of the paper, and I'm with you in spirit. Here's ensuring that our residents and workforce have access to quality housing and dignity in our region and beyond. So that's not to say every mayor is going to send that email. But what we've discovered is we don't need every mayor to send that email. As Tom said, we're starting from the bottom up. We just need some willing mayors, and what we found is that in Sarasota, political mayors, commissioners started coming out of the woodwork. So we've got a map here of Sarasota, Bradenton, so it's 2 counties. The big red county on the bottom is Sarasota, the somewhat slightly smaller on the top is Manatee. Sarasota is actually the largest county by area. It's about 1,000 square miles. You're looking, so when they talk about Port Charlotte, it's down here. Off the map down here is Punta Gorda, and Venice is up here. And so that's the 36 miles from up here down to down here somewhere. 33 miles, and then Northport was the 16 or whatever. And you have a lot of people that actually, another lower cost area is this way, although it's much less populated. And another lower cost area used to be Palmetto up there, but now it's become a bedroom community for Pinellas, which is St. Petersburg. So this is what we're working with. Bradenton is up here. There must be, I don't know. You see Bradenton, and right under the N, between the E and the N, in Bradenton is where Robbins Apartments is. And you see Fruitville Road here, and the other development is right here, right near where the A above the A in Sarasota on Fruitville. Downtown Sarasota is this area right here, and downtown Bradenton is roughly where the A, D, E, N, and slightly below that up in Bradenton. So these locations are, as we'll see, right where the jobs are. So we've already talked about the problem, and Tom mentioned a home builder book from 1953, I think somewhere around there, and it was written by the 14 or 12 previous presidents of the National Association of Home Builders, and they basically sort of put out their primer on this topic. And they have a lot of pictures, and they have a photo, I meant to put it up and I forgot, of an apartment building that looks a lot like the apartment building that Tom and I went to on Old Bradenton Road in Sarasota that Vengroff owns, a 2-story sort of U-shaped with a parking lot in the center. This was a 2-story exterior entryways, and you could tell it was in a somewhat relatively dense area. You could see sidewalks. You could see the setback was very small. So it was in a more urbanized area in LA. The rents were $50 a month. And and they were talking about using new techniques and things. So presumably, since the book was written in '53 or so, it was a year or two old, because they were talking about it used new construction techniques. And I went back and I looked, and the average income for a service worker back then was probably around $3,000 a year, maybe a tad below. So you were looking at about a 20%. It was the same 20, 25%. So if you're talking about rents, the utilities are generally included in the rents, or were. And so you're looking at something around $2,500 a year maybe, and the rents were $50 a month. That's $600 a year. That's about 25%. And today, that unit in California, in LA, is very expensive. But the incomes have not kept up with the amount that the rents have gone up. And that's the problem, and that's the problem that we found in our study case in Sarasota, Bradenton. As we said, new construction rents $1,200 plus. There were no economical apartments anywhere near downtown, Sarasota. And 56% of the workforce are making, on average, around $26,000 wages. And the workers are driving far. I gave you the examples for this manufacturer. And this has gotten, as I said, tremendous amounts of media coverage. We'll actually see a little bit of the media coverage after we finish panel one. We have a short video to show you. And unlike, what's the term? They're all the landlords are what, Tom? Bastards. You've got this person, and you'll see, who started out as a debt collector, Harvey, made tens of millions of dollars building this debt collection industry, being lauded for building this great industry, and then turning to affordable housing and becoming the face of affordable housing and staring down the city commission. And these are not exactly market-oriented media that's saying this. They're lauding him for doing this because they understand the huge problem that they face, and he's the only one that appeared to be ready, willing, and able to take it on. And you also, when you get to the local governments and key employers being interested in this, it makes the political decision and the political process a lot easier, and we'll see that in the case of Robbins Apartments. But it's also, when you go back to who the workers are, everybody, you know who they are. They're the people who served you when you went to the restaurant, at the hotel, that work here in food service, and they're the people, the retail clerks and the landscapers, and you know who they are. You see them all the time. And the only issue is, wouldn't it be great if we allowed the market to provide housing near, relatively speaking, a plausible option of housing near where they work? That's fundamentally what we're talking about when we say economical housing for communities that work. One could go in the other direction and say, okay, let's subsidize the 30-mile away, living 30 miles away. But that then you're ending up spending 2 or 2.5 hours driving, and it's expensive to subsidize. Why don't we just cut to the chase? As Charlie said, if we can make this solution work, declare victory and just let it happen. So the solution in Bradenton and in Sarasota, but is no subsidies, repurpose and renovate a 240-unit 1970 vintage motel. It was a former Knights Inn. These hotels, they get seedy, they've seen better days, they end up, crime, drugs, different things going on there that usually create problems. This was repurposed. So I went back and looked at this actually came up after we started our research. It had occurred a little bit before, but we hadn't stumbled on it yet. So last October, as best I can tell, is when this became the gleam in the eye to actually do this. This is now October, so 1 year ago. And the county, this happens to be located in the unincorporated county, back to that map. Northport's the largest municipality, followed by Sarasota. They're both around 55,000, followed by Bradenton, 45,000, followed by Venice, 25,000. The total area is 740,000, so 75% or whatever of the population lives in the unincorporated county. The city limits of these towns is actually quite compact. And so this particular site where Robbins Apartments is actually in the county, but it's across the street from Bradenton City, which is the edge of the downtown. So it's right there, and we'll see that in a moment. This particular site had another 5 acres of excess land that came with the site. It's basically excess land wasn't considered to have any value. You wouldn't build more motel units on it. You couldn't even make the ones that were there make an economic return. And so the developer bought the whole kit and caboodle for $4.4 million. Think about it. You're buying, as they say in the trade, 240 doors or apartments for $4.4 million, and you have 4 acres that's available that the county's saying, what zoning do you need to make it work? What rezoning do you need? And so they're going to get it rezoned for 120 units. So now you can put 360 units on this site that costs $4.4 million. And so the price, forgetting about the land, I mean, it's just in there, the price is less than $20,000 a unit. And I think $1.5 million is spent on renovation for the 240 units. So for something like $6 million, you have 240 units. There was a question about what's the demand. Well, first of all, this demand isn't coming from subsidized housing. These are not people coming out of subsidized housing. You'd be loath to leave subsidized housing because you're going to pay less in subsidized housing than this. And so you'd be having, relatively speaking, a large rent increase to move into this housing, number one. And so you're going to stay there because there's waiting lists for that. Well, there's waiting lists for this type of housing also. So this is taking people who are looking for housing, leaving other housing. One woman was living in her car. I mean, there are lots of stories. As they use the old Naked City, New York City, 7.8 million stories. Everybody's got a story. We'll see that a little bit of that in the video. But they rented up 120 units. So I'm getting ahead of myself. So in June, the county commission approved the first step. The deal was closed on July 1st, let's say. The refurbishing started immediately. They started renting up, and in 2 months, and they were rolling the delivery of the units as they were refurbishing them, and in 2 months, they had rented up 120 units, 2 per day. Without any, and this is one of the issues about cost, without any marketing, without any promotion, just word of mouth. And they have a waiting list now, and they have another 120 units. Half of the remainder are actually under a lease to the federal government for something, so they have to wait to the end of the year, and the other half, they're in the process of refurbishing. We think at the end of roughly a 2-year period, maybe 2.5, they'll end up building the whole 360 units, 240 of which $625 a month with utilities, with furnishings, because they have the furnishings left over from the motel. Why not just leave it there? If somebody wants a furnished unit, voila, same price. And then the others will be 2-bedroom units renting for about $750 and not including utilities except for water and sewer. So the total development cost is estimated for the 360 units at about $40,000 a unit. And that's gotten by bending the cost curve a lot, but it's also gotten by combining repurposed units with some new units and then having bending the cost curve on the new units. And the land ends up being very inexpensive. So that's a huge amount of economical housing in a city of 40-something thousand with whatever that turns out to be 15,000 households or 20,000 households. That's a big increment to the supply. But it filled up in just no time. And I'll explain why that happened in a moment. So it required rezoning to residential. That was approved in May. Density change is pending, but as expected, the Robbins Apartments, Robin is the county commissioner, Robin DiSabatino. She was all in on this and supporting it, and so they named the development after her. And renovations began. New construction will start in the spring. Sarasota, taking a little longer. So Harvey bought this property, I think, 8 or 10 years ago. The real estate recession hit, but it was an old lumber yard, and it had some office space on it. He's been renting the office space to one of his subsidiaries, and so it's been occupied and throwing off income. Has about 250 employees. And so while he's been waiting to get it approved, he's been in earnest about 3 years, and he's gotten to the first level of probably a 7-stage process, which is to amend the plan. So he went before the city commission. The City Commission actually turned it down the first time. 30 people testified, 29 in favor. Many of them were his tenants. He was not viewed as a bastard landlord. They were there singing his praises. Notwithstanding that, it was turned down. It was a technical issue, but it was turned down. After they turned it down and he walked out, they basically said to themselves, "Why? What did we just do?" And they said to the city manager, "You go bring him back, go meet with him and bring him back. We will reconsider." And then it passed unanimously. But they have to still go through 5 or 6 more stages because this isn't even the zoning. This is just the plan change, and they have to go through a series of changes. And that's where the just one more thing will have an impact. But he's already fired the shot across their bow saying, "I will walk." He could tomorrow build something else on this property if he wanted to without getting any zoning approval. So he wants to build 400 units. It's dropped to about 375. They found some water pipe that they can't get around or something. Efficiencies, $650. 1 bedroom, $750. 2 bedrooms, $850. Total development cost about $70,000 a unit. That's really the challenge of bringing it in at that. Actually, Tom and I will be meeting with the developer next week. The developer and the contractor next week, and we'll hopefully know more about it. We intend to continue publishing a series of papers that really tell what's going on here so we can actually document how this approach works. The units are smaller, as Charlie said. Exterior walkway I mentioned, parking requirements, density, 6-story height. Some approvals were granted in May, but lots more to go. Charlie alluded to, the alternative, Janie's 3, which is redevelopment of a former public housing development, which was torn down, done under the low-income housing tax credit, along with 5 or 6 other subsidy programs. $200,000 per unit total development cost, roughly $175,000 per unit in upfront subsidies, and then there were other subsidies, monthly rent subsidies, deeper rent subsidies like vouchers and other things, Section 8 in addition. So this had, I think, roughly 72 units for $200,000 unit. So the development cost is about the same as the one up in Bradenton. The 360 units versus 72 for about $14 million in both cases.
Now, we're not suggesting that the Housing Authority or its private development partner are doing anything wrong here. This is what you have to do to get the job done in the status quo. So if you want to do deep subsidy apartments, this is how you do it. And I'm sure it's a nice project, and they have a top drawer private development partner, and this is a straightforward example of what the status quo is. And if you don't like the status quo, you need to do what we're talking about.
Right.
We're meeting with the developer next week, meaning that the developer is quite willing to say what they had to do, but they want to try to find, welcome from here, okay. So we're very pleased that you will participate next week. I think it's terrific.
So what happened to the map? I must have gone through a slide here.
And let me interrupt just one quick minute.
Yeah, well,
because as I'm thinking, I know that Sarasota seems pretty far removed from the Washington-New York corridor, but we had a communication when we published this paper from someone who some of you might remember, Mike Lappin, who used to run the New York CDC. It was a bank consortium put together by banks to rehab buildings in New York City. And frankly, they did not do one more thing. They were very tough for me, for example, at Fannie Mae to consider a securitization for them. But they did one hell of a good work. They did thousands and thousands of units with great performance. And by the way, one of the things that they used to mention were the bastards who owned the property. These were in the toughest areas of New York. The people who owned a lot of these properties were Russian. And the Russians were willing to sit out on the porch or the deck or the steps and face down the drug dealers who wanted to get into the building. So it was the toughest going, but yet he could bring in very economical units for New York without subsidies, and did a wonderful job until I think the gentrification kind of slowed up the business. But
Yeah, there's a map in the paper which shows where the jobs are, and it's color-coded based on the type of jobs. I forget what page it's on, but you'll see, and it shows you where Robbins Apartments is in Bradenton. And you'll see that Robbins Apartments is surrounded by hospitality jobs, healthcare jobs, most of which are relatively low-paying, retail jobs. Those are the jobs, and this is smack dab in the middle, so you now have a plausible housing option where you don't have to have a car necessarily in order to get to your job. With that, I'll turn it back over to Charlie to finish up.
Great. So many of you have probably figured out this next part already, but just for purposes of summary, it would be a good idea if a locality who cared about this announced that solving this problem is a priority and everybody in local government needs to lean forward on helping to solve it. Construing rules liberally and flexibly is important because the natural tendency, and I've spent my last 18 years consulting for government clients, so I understand the mindset and I understand exactly why they have the mindset. It's survival. This is how you get things done in government. You lean towards no. And there are good reasons why you lean toward no. As somebody who used to know who was a congressional staffer said, 90% of the proposals I get should not be agreed to. So they come by it naturally. But if you construe the rules liberally and flexibly for this kind of project, you can move mountains. Parking is a big deal. And you have to figure out how much you need to lighten up the parking requirement. This is technical analysis. But the traditional straightforward parking requirement is too much for this kind of project. And you need more density. And this is just basically numbers. You have to get the land cost per unit down. You have to allow the smaller units in order to get to the bending of the cost curve on the development side. So more density is absolutely required. There's no way around it. Sometimes you may need to allow a taller building. That's part of the solution in Sarasota. The code will allow 5-story. This particular construction technique can go up to 6 stories and still meet the really tough hurricane code down there. So Harvey asked for 6 stories, and it looks like he's going to get it.
And the volume of 6 stories at 8-foot ceilings is the same height or volume as doing it 5 stories at 10 feet, 50 feet versus 48 feet. And so, we suggest an equalized approach rather than a static approach. Do the same thing on density and height and parking.
Mm-hmm. So it's not actually a height variance in his case, it's a number of stories variance within the allowable height. Review and permitting, anything you can do to shorten the time really helps because time is money if you're a developer. I mean, it's absolutely concrete. This is not metaphorical. Inspections. One of the things we said in the paper is just-in-time inspection, by which we mean if you ask for it this morning, there will be somebody out there this afternoon. It's within the power of the local government to do that. They can't do it for everybody, but if they did it for these projects, it would make a big difference. So anything you can do to cut down the lost time in the development process makes a difference. Fees, appeals. These kinds of projects are going to need appeals because the developer will be able to say, here's the literal requirement. Here's what I want to do. Here's why I think this is equivalent. There's no additional risk. There's a lot of benefit. Can you allow it? And if that can get heard quickly, it makes a big difference. So for repurposed, the codes were different when the to-be repurposed building was constructed. Can you live with that instead of requiring full retrofit to full current code? That's what good enough means.
On that, so Harvey was doing a development in Sarasota City, and it had, let's call it 200 units. He still has 100 units he hasn't been able to get certificates of occupancy on because they gave him a list of 18 items, including the size of trees and all this stuff that he had to comply with, the width of the doorways, which were perfectly adequate, perfectly normal. We're not talking about ADA units, but today they wanted 38 inches or 36 inches rather than 32 inches, and he was supposed to retrofit every door in this motel. And so he's got a whole swath of units that he hasn't been able to convert. On the other hand, you go a mile up the road in unincorporated Manatee County, just across the county line, and he took a Ramada Inn, and nobody even, he had to get inspected and stuff, but nobody said anything about anything along those lines. They basically said, look, it was a motel, and people were living in it, and there were X number of motel units. There are still X number of units. It's just have at it. And with the case of Robbins Apartments, he did have to get a change. It was a commercial zoning to multifamily zoning, but the actual use issues, he was able to start doing the refurbishing immediately, and within, as I said, a couple of months, he had the 120 units occupied. That's not saying they didn't have to meet the health and safety requirements, but they didn't have to bring it up to today's standards since it was already being used, for people to live in and had been, since it was built in 1974.
So Manatee County said, apartments, that's substantially equivalent to motel, move on. Sarasota had the opposite decision. Localities differ, but if the locality cares about facilitating this, they need to find a solution that works for them for the particular project. The answer will differ by locality. The answer may well differ by project, but these will give you some ideas about the sorts of things that can make enough difference to make this happen. So, summary. You really can get from $200,000 a unit in the status quo down under $100,000 a unit with these kinds of changes. I didn't believe it when I started this journey. I believe it now. The rule set does make that much difference. So we don't need to view $200,000 a unit as a given. We don't need to view $1,200 rents for new construction as a given. So the mindset that says those are givens, we need subsidy, is not the only answer. We think if Harvey thinks he can do this, I think he can do it. I didn't believe that when I started this journey. I believe it now. If Harvey can do it in Sarasota and Bradenton, other people can do it other places, working with local government to make this happen. I think there's something here that's worth looking at. But we have to want it enough. It won't be easy. It'll be painful. Decisions will need to be made that are going to go against the grain, but this is an important need. It can be solved, and if we want it bad enough, we can. That's what we're interested in, and we hope in future conferences to talk about more examples and what's happened and what's worked and what hasn't worked. So, thanks. Ed, Tom, anything you'd like to say?
No, I'm good, thank you.
We're going to segue to the second paper by my colleague Kevin Corinth. So when we got started after the inspiration from Robert, we decided to put together a task force, and that's when I recruited, somewhat unwillingly, Charlie and Tom and Maura and Kevin and And we ended up, most of us went down to Sarasota, spent a few days there, and interviewed a lot of people. We ended up interviewing 29 different people. We interviewed eventually mayors, commissioners, city managers, planning people. Yeah, we're gonna do this, and then we're gonna have plenty of time for questions. Yeah, we're gonna do the questions at the end of the. Sorry, and then so including Major Ethan Frizzell from the Salvation Army, who's here from Sarasota, and so we met with all kinds of people to try to just find out what was going on. And as I said, it was easy for us to get our arms around it, and so. Kevin went with us, and he met with a lot of people, including he got a recommendation to go talk to a judge, and he spends an hour and a half from 10:30 at night to midnight talking to the judge on his cell phone, and she just keeps giving him information and stuff, and then he goes, visits her the next day. I mean, it was just a great joy to do this, but the paper that Kevin has then talks about the next step of the process, which is why it's important to build community for communities that work. Kevin?
All right, so thank you very much, Ed. So just to preface this, I'm an economist. I'm also a numbers guy, and so it may seem a bit weird that I would go and talk to people in person. But nonetheless, I did it, and I'm happy to have done so. So as Ed mentioned, I'll be focusing on the role of community, and this will be about a 15 to 20-minute presentation, and then we can turn it over for questions for the whole group. So I think I completely agree that if housing were treated a lot more like we treat the market for cars or motels, we'd all be a lot better off. Nonetheless, housing is a very complex good, and one reason is that we're human beings. We care a lot about where housing is located, and we care a lot about who we're living by and how we relate to them. And so for this presentation and this paper, that's how I'm defining community, who your neighbors are and how you relate to them. Okay, and there's lots of evidence that these things actually matter a lot. So economists have studied the effect of who your neighbors are and how much you're willing to pay for housing. So they find that we're willing to pay a lot more to live by people with higher incomes, with better educations, in places with lower crime, better schools. And evidence has suggested that they're actually right to pay more. So there's been recent research looking into low-income families who move into high-opportunity areas. They find that there are particular benefits for young children. But it's not just who your neighbors are, their names and their characteristics, what they do, but also how you relate to them. And sociologists have done a lot on this area. They find that through a number of mechanisms, like how much you interact with your neighbors, how much cohesion there is, how much surveillance there is of a neighborhood, the better off the community is, and the better off are the people. So they find that there's reductions in crime when there are these strong communities, also links to things like reduced teen pregnancies. Okay, so all that's just to say that community is really important. I'd argue, however, that community is particularly important when it comes to economical rental housing. Okay, and so I'd like to first focus on why is that, and then if we can hopefully establish that, get into how that can be fostered, how community can be fostered in economical rental housing. Okay, so that'll be the presentation in the next 15 minutes. Okay, so why is community important in economical rental housing in particular? I'd argue there's three reasons. One, demand, so the people who end up choosing to live in economical rental housing may particularly benefit from that and therefore demand it. Relatedly, number two, to the extent that economical, sorry, it's a lot of words, lots of syllables. So I use ERH when I think about it in my head, so I don't oftentimes use. So anyway, the need of some tenants who may be a riskier bunch, to the extent that economical rental housing caters to them, there may be a need actually for that strong community to help them stay connected to work and provide that strong community that can help them sustain their housing. And number three will be politics, and I'll get into that. Okay, so on the demand side, so stepping back in terms of the people that choose to live in economical rental housing, I think we saw in the previous presentation, this is generally geared towards full-time workers, making an average of, say, $26,000 a year. That's likely to include young families, maybe 1 or 2 kids, a lot of single adults with generally lower skills. I think there's lots of reasons to think that those types of tenants will particularly benefit from a strong community. So we might think about shared childcare arrangements, especially for people with irregular shifts. We might think about carpooling to work, especially in light of the reduced parking needs. People may share rides to work. There may be kind of a softer role of community in terms of when we went to Sarasota, we heard this a lot from the property managers, creating a sense of family for the tenants, especially those that didn't otherwise have lots of other family or social networks, and that kind of connected them into the sort of the family or community of the housing. There were also a lot of some elderly tenants that were living in these units, and for them, that may be a particular source of just life, I guess. This is how people interact, and that's what gives them meaning. Second, why does community matter? I would point to the need aspect. And just to preface this, I think it's totally reasonable for economical rental housing to not necessarily accept some of these riskier tenants. They can adhere to the conventional admission standards of other private landlords, accept those who have a documented ability to pay over a long period of time, and economically they'll be fine. When we went to Sarasota, we found something a bit different, that Harvey Vengroff, the landlord, the developer of these units, tended to take a more opportunistic view in terms of he saw housing as an opportunity for people who didn't have it. So it took people who would be rejected from other private rentals and gave them a chance. And so I think by providing that kind of strong community where a property manager would kind of get involved in some people's lives and help them make sure that they could retain work and stay actively involved in the community, that was a way for them to sustain that housing given their kind of riskier nature in terms of their housing stability. The final reason why I would say community is very important in economical rental housing is politics. So unfortunately, whenever we're thinking about including dense rental housing, adding that to a neighborhood, you do get the community opposition to that. A lot of unfounded fears based on decreased property values, increased crime, other negative effects on the neighborhood. A lot of that may be able to be blunted if you can show that in the past, these communities are very strong. So in the case of Harvey Vengroff again in Sarasota, that's exactly what we did find. So in one of these public hearings that Ed had mentioned, there were 30 people who testified on behalf of saying we want economical rental housing. 30 people testified, 29 said, yes, we want this. Of those 29, there were people who were former tenants or current tenants. There were police officers. There were other members of the surrounding neighborhoods who saw this form of housing as an asset to the community, not something that was a liability. And that seemed to be really important in terms of then Harvey coming back and then getting all the approval that he needed. Okay, so that's why I would argue for these 3 reasons why community is especially important for economical rental housing. The question then becomes, if you believe me, is how do we foster that? And I should say on this, again, this is a lot of qualitative research which founded these 4 points based on our work in Sarasota and some other broader research. But this should be considered sort of a starting point for thinking about how a strong community can be fostered. I'd also say that I think that this would vary depending on regional context. Even within Vengroff's properties, there's very different properties that cater to different types of people, and the extent to which you need to, say, actively build community is going to depend on the types of tenants that you're serving. Okay, so we have 4 roles that I've identified here. Number 1, let's just get into them. Obviously, a huge component of community are the people that exist in it. Okay, and so that's what I mean by the front and back door. The front door in terms of accepting applicants in, and the back door in terms of exits of people from the community for those who are unable to afford to continue to pay their rent or otherwise threaten the community. Okay, and there's likely a strong correlation between the size of the front door and the size of the back door. By definition, if you keep the front door wide open, including lots of riskier tenants, you're going to have more people fail. And so then it's important to maintain that back door, not only for economic reasons. I mean, you have to make sure that you're covering the costs of the development, but also for the continued viability of the community, keeping the community strong, making sure that if people are working, that they are contributing to the community. And so I think there's a tension there, or not a tension, but something that has to be dealt with there in terms of maintaining that backdoor out. One positive thing we found in Sarasota with Harvey Vengroff was that he generally relied not on formal evictions and other forced exits, but usually, probably given that the housing was geared as very opportunistic towards people, that there was a desire to build this strong community, that people were willing generally to leave without being forced to do so. So based on voluntary exits. Certainly not in all cases, but I think that would be something that could be striven for. Okay, so method number 2 in terms of how to foster community, we call it active community building. So we talked to a lot of property managers in Sarasota working for Harvey Vengroff. And we found that this was an important role that they all seem to take on in terms of fostering this strong community. So one thing, for example, that the property managers would do for those individuals who were working, which was the majority, making sure that they were actually going to work. So if they noticed differing patterns in terms of people not seeming to leave the property on time or at the normal times, maybe checking in on those individuals, providing lists of employers to make sure that if they did lose work, that they were able to find something else, providing that kind of moral support as well, which we found to be pretty important too, that if somebody lost their job, they weren't, we're not going to throw you out on the streets, but we're going to try to work with you to see if we can get the situation rectified as quickly as possible. Also within actively community building, I would kind of lump in maintaining the safety of the community, which I would probably say is the most important role of the property manager, making sure that there's a strong relationship with the police department in case negative things do happen on the property, especially if, say, the property is near higher crime areas, that the police are contacted right away, that people have an expectation that safety will be maintained. Another aspect of this too, it can be important for the property manager to uphold some of the more minor regulations within the lease. So for instance, it might be important to worry about excessive noise and overcrowding and other types of minor issues which may seem not so important on their face, but if these things are kind of let go, the property could, in some sense, spiral into worsening conditions, and most importantly, you may lose the trust of tenants that this is a safe place to call home, even if you are accepting potentially some of these riskier tenants. So that's a lot for a property manager to do, and therefore that brings us to point number 3, which is accountability. So to the extent that you're going to be employing these property managers, you expect to have this important role in building community. I think it's really important to make sure that they're accountable for results. Obviously, the community is very complex. It's going to reflect the personalities of both the property manager and the tenants that are there. And so I think the best way to incentivize success is essentially to do what Vengroff does, which is to say that to the property manager, you're going to get some percentage of the revenue above some base amount. So this, in the case of the Vengroff properties, this was a substantial portion of their salary. The more they invested in terms of the strength of the community and responsible tenants, the more rent was paid, the less negative turnover there is, and therefore the more that they would profit in terms of their salary. Okay, and then that brings us to the final point in terms of how we may foster community and economic rental housing. And this comes back to the physical designs. So aside from a lot of the cost reasons to do a lot of these things that Ed and Tom and Charlie were talking about, there's also reasons to do it from a community standpoint. So for instance, the enclosed public spaces are something to avoid. So if you think about providing, you may want to discourage those types of areas because they could, encourage cover for illicit activities. Better to have the sort of front porch effect where all the exterior doors face into the public spaces. and therefore there's sort of this natural surveillance of negative things that go on or could go on, and it also brings people out into the community. And so I think a lot of these physical design things can be incorporated from the start and therefore help build these strong, safe communities and produce housing that people want to call home. So just to conclude in terms of moving forward, I don't mean for this at all to be the final word in terms of how community is built in housing, and especially economical rental housing. It's obviously a very complex entity that depends a lot on a given set of people and personalities and a local context. But I think it's important to kind of get some of these ideas going and push innovation on this front, especially if we can provide economical rental housing towards maybe a riskier bunch of tenants who have eviction histories and criminal records, spotty employment histories, and provide that opportunity so that everyone has a chance to live in decent economical housing, which is kind of my ultimate goal. So with that, I will turn it back over. I think we'll have questions next, but I'll let Ed introduce that.
Thank you. So just to outline the rest of the afternoon, we're going to move to question and answers. We have about 45 minutes for question and answers on both papers, number one. Number two, we're then going to break at 3:45 for 15 minutes, and we're going to set up a phone conversation with Harvey Vengroff and his son, Travis. They're actually in different locations around the United States, and we're going to hopefully track them down. And I will do an interview with both of them, and they'll be answering questions. And if we have time, they might be able to take some questions from the audience. And before we start that conversation, as I said, there'll be a short video that a TV station did about the opening of this new development, Robbins Apartments. Last night I got an email from Harvey. He was just proud as punch because there's a program run in Sarasota where they provide education for people who don't have employment experience to get them so they can go to an interview and try to get a job. And they enrolled a number of the tenants from Robbins Apartments in that program, and the first graduates graduated this weekend, so Harvey was sending me the photos and stuff. So with that, we need Tom and Charlie to come back. I don't see them. And I see Charlie, and we need Kevin. And we'll just sit up here and start taking questions. Here's Tom. Okay. Ethan. No, different Ethan. Oh, the other Ethan, yeah.
Hi, Ethan Handelman from the National Housing Conference. Thank you all for a presentation that has gotten the gears turning and lots of interesting stuff. As you were describing this Florida example, I was doing the mental exercise of trying to scale it up and thinking about where it would happen and how it would happen. And I'm a little concerned that there's a big difference between doing a few hundred units outside Sarasota and somewhere else ending up with, oceans of Motel 6 style, low-rise, moderate density, economical, to use your term, housing. And I'm thinking about the approach described in the paper and in the presentation about the places that want to do this, right? And I worry that those are going to be, in a lot of states, a lot of metros, the other side of whatever passes for the tracks there. That this will play into existing patterns of segregation by race, ethnicity, income that we see that have built up over many years. I can think of ways it might cut against that too, and I'd love to hear you talk about the potential you see for interaction there.
So let me start with that. And we've started with, A, is this feasible? And then if it's feasible, how is it ramped up? And as Charlie said, we've now convinced ourselves that we believe it's feasible. We're now turning to the ramp up phase. And we have a lot to learn there. But on your question, again, as you know, public housing, we have a history of putting that public housing in certain places. We have a history of tearing that public housing down and then putting other housing in the same places. The former, I don't remember the name of the apartment complex, the one where Harvey hasn't been able to do the second 100 units, is on Tamiami Trail, about 3/4 of the way from downtown to the airport on the main drag north. It's in an area that is actually, it's got a lot of educational institutions and stuff, but it's not quite the other side of the tracks, but it's also not an apartment area in general. And so I was there a couple weeks ago, and then I drove from there, and I needed to go in another direction, and so I drove off of Tamiami and 1 block away, and immediately got in this neighborhood, and there were condominiums, apartments, houses, again, not high end, but not low end either. And then I drove another 4 or 5 blocks, and I was at the places that Harvey has on this old Bradenton Road, where he has about 200 or 300 units. I haven't had a chance to look at the demographics. All I know is, compared to the first group of places I mentioned, the demographics is a lot better. And again, when you look at the location that he has, part of this is picking these locations that work. So you can't pick the most expensive place. If you go towards the ocean in Sarasota, you're going to be at a very expensive land cost. If you go to where this old lumberyard was that he tore down, you're going to be right on the edge of development, and you're going to be in a good spot for 400 units. I'm not saying you put 8,000 units there, but you could put 400 units there. You could put 200 units somewhere else, or put 100 units. You need to sprinkle them around. Doing it in a very large city, we haven't gotten that far. But doing it in a place like this, it seems like you could sprinkle a lot of these around. And we're looking at places that are near where the industrial park is, which has 4,000 employees in this industrial park. And the city is interested in building economical apartments, about 400 or 500 of them there. And again, that's in the early stage, but that would be a big boost for a place that employs 4,000 people.
Let me comment on that also. By the way, the argument that subsidized housing has led to more integration, I would disagree with you. In fact, when we had the 236 program, the original program was designed to be located close to work and was primarily in the suburbs. When we entered into a real problem with HUD, Harris had decided that the subsidies had to go into the inner cities because her black constituency, and I think rightfully, I'm not arguing with some of these are great areas, demanded that they get as much housing out of 236 as the suburbs who weren't demanding it. So that we have a lot of curious twists and turns. And you might almost say my day job right now is I'm the strategic planner for the largest methadone clinic probably in the country, located on the west side of Baltimore. So I'm learning more and more about Baltimore. I think there are places in Baltimore you could build this housing and people would flock to it. Maybe a land cost problem, because every time you advertise you're going to throw more money into a community, the land cost shoots up even in situations where there's no land value, to tell you the truth. But I think that there are efforts right now to acquire land in Baltimore for development, for modest development. They're even taking a look at the small home concept, even some of the micro home concepts. And I think there might be an opportunity for us to get some of the land that the governor of Maryland is going to try to grab and at least get it open perhaps for development. So in some places, I think you do have to go to the next step. And I mentioned shallow subsidies before, where we had 236 or mortgage revenue bonds. There are situational times when I think you might need a bit of a help. But this is leaning forward again. This isn't trying to solve all problems with the deepest subsidy. I think you will find we will be able to work in some places that will surprise you.
And let me be clear about this Commerce Park. It's a suburban Commerce Park with 4,000 employees, 3,000 which are manufacturing, but it's clean. You know, they make the Tervis tumblers and things like that. It's surrounded by houses of a couple $100,000. There's an expensive development going up across the street. There's places for apartments. There are places that potentially could be single-family homes that are small homes across the street from one of the best schools in the county. Those are the places that you want to be able to drop into, and you're actually, moving forward. But at the same time, there are these places but that's surrounded by jobs, so it works. There are places right in the right spot of downtown that's kind of, it used to be a motel, and now it could be converted to this. That's a perfect location. Don't bypass it just because it happens to be right there. You're actually going to be moving the ball forward. So, other questions? Yeah.
Hi, thanks. John Coppage, R Street Institute. First of all, fascinating research. I'm really encouraged by what you're doing. It's amazing to see this coming out of AEI.
That's because Alex left.
So I work on some of these issues as well, and especially mixed-use developments or Main Street style, where you can have, try and have affordable housing above some of these, job opportunities and things like that, and have found there seems to be a federal financing issue with FHA specifically, where the commercial caps at 221D are a large obstacle to people trying to, do this sort of development. Do you have any background with that, or thoughts about how that sort of development might interact with these sorts of great efforts at trying to, strip out a lot of that, one more way stuff to build strong communities?
Let me just start by saying this is market rate. We're not looking for federal insurance or federal finance assistance at the same time. There is, I think either Tom or Charlie mentioned this, there's tons of financing available for this housing. Harvey has no problem getting financing, none. People are just chomping at the bit to finance what he has. He has equity investors. They're just chomping at the bit.
Yep.
You have to get out of the government thing. So there's some boutique stuff that you're talking about, but again, we're just trying to focus on how do you bring market rate. He has some commercial where it fits. He had a restaurant, so the restaurant is operating. It's now very successful, but it didn't require any approvals from anybody. It's just part of the deal. It didn't require any FHA approval.
Say one thing that I think it goes to the prior question as well. When you have local government leaning forward to make this happen for workers they care about, and you have a private developer who's taking a lot of risk on his own money, and a private lender who's taking risk on their money, wonderful things happen that tend to blunt some of the risks that we're talking about. And where nobody from Washington is demanding that they do this. They're doing this on their own initiative because it's the right thing for their community. Barriers tend to get worked around. And the other thing is that we don't have to do a lot of this. 400 units in Sarasota is a huge part of the middle of the rental market. This is one project. So if you think about it, the equivalent of one large project in Sarasota, that's probably not that tough to replicate in lots of different places around the country. It's not like you have to do this huge volume. You have to do enough where you're moving the cost curve and you're moving the rent curve and creating more options for the workers who want to choose this. These are the kinds of things that encourage me that this is actually possible. And it's a boutique effort in each community. This is not a huge production program. This is a few projects here and there that meet a specific need in a specific community where the local government and a creative developer figure out how to make this happen. So I'm encouraged that it actually can happen and probably won't have as many of the downsides as we might fear.
Yeah, I might say that part of my speech was that I mentioned that we've driven the equity markets out of housing in a sense. by the cheap debt at Fannie, Freddie, et cetera. I was a part of that. And I actually like local equity. I also know of some of the properties that you may be speaking about in Florida with businesses down below, housing up, and et cetera, et cetera. And those are mainly, at least from what I see, in very overly designed urban downtowns, which haven't taken off, quite frankly, in most places. I wonder if they're not over-designed by the planners. By the way, one of the largest planning staffs in the United States of America in the 1950s was in Detroit, Michigan. And we see what happened. I might also mention something humorous, but I know a billionaire who says that he now lives over his workplace, and that's Steve Ross at the Columbus Circle building in New York, who owns one of the penthouses over his office. So he's reinventing the old Jewish tradition of the tailor shop and the house over. But I think that you have to be more tangible in working with these planners locally to get a product that has more traction in the community. I hope you're successful. I think it's great.
For you?
Larry Checco, and I've worked with CDCs for a number of years. And I really like what I hear here, especially with kind of community impact, building of community. Okay, thank you very much. I think my question is more for the developer here, if you don't mind my doing that. But developers have, there's highest and best use. What's your motivation for doing this? I think this is wonderful. I think you should have a seminar for just developers.
Well, we actually, there will be a panel, the second panel
Okay.
after we have the interview, and there'll be a developer on that panel along with.
So maybe I should hold this question. I have to leave a little while, but
Yeah,
so,
well, if
can-
you're comfortable with answering it, then otherwise it'll have to wait.
okay. I'm just curious as to what
up
the
to you.
motivation is, and I think it's wonderful.
Thank you. I just, before answering that, I think the presentation and what you're doing is fantastic. Why I'm here is I see an ability to solve, two things at once. One, there's a tremendous social market need for this product. I think the bar chart of the existing and what's being added is spot on. Great chart. People need this. So the mission part of me who loves what I do, right, and what I do, I try to solve a need, and I get satisfaction of that. So it's not just making money for the sake of money, but you're solving a need, you're doing something. Secondly, you can make money, and if you can make this work, you solve that nut. That's a tremendous opportunity there to get it done, and it's, hopefully it's the win-win that we talk about. Yeah, I mean,
And there's 10 million people who are spending on rent.
There's a lot of money to be made making Chevrolets.
Yeah, and Harvey wants to make money. Let me assure you.
In the back?
Robert Dorr from AEI. We've talked about no subsidies for the renters, rental subsidies, or subsidies for the builders. But some people who rent housing are on some various forms of assistance, and they may use that form of assistance, SSI, public assistance, to help pay their rent. And we've talked a lot about workers, and we want housing for workers. Is there a work test or a no public assistance test in this development? And maybe, Kevin, about how that works within a community.
Yeah, so I mean, from what we saw, at least at Harvey Vengroff's properties, and what I would say in general is that I don't see a problem with general forms of government assistance that either support work or that support those who are unable to work. So, for example, food stamps, earned income tax credit, those types of assistance, even rental assistance that's temporary for currently homeless families, I think is all a very good form of way to supplement some of the earnings. One potential, I think, complication comes with Section 8 housing vouchers, which provide indefinite assistance to families. They provide, they pay 30% of their income, and the rest is subsidized by the government. So there's some problems with that in terms of disincentivizing work. especially also disincentivizing family formation, adding earners because those will then count against the money that you get from the government for your housing. And so I believe that Harvey Vengroff does not accept Section 8 housing vouchers. There
Does not.
does not.
That's a housing subsidy.
Yeah.
But what about people who have other subsidies as part of their income?
Like food
Yeah,
stamps?
so food stamps,
Food
TANF,
stamps are
I
Food
mean,
stamps,
ITC, I don't see any issues with
Yeah.
that. I mean, especially to the extent those are subsidizing, low earnings. I think that's a great way to be able to then afford this type of housing. I think the only issue comes with those Section 8 housing vouchers, which carry with the administrative burden and also some of those disincentives for work is set up to be.
Further in the back in the corner?
Thank you. My name is Yaya Fanusi. I'm with United States of Africa 2017 Project Task Force. As I was briefly chatting with one of your panelists outside, I wonder if you sent to the mayor of Oakland, anybody here from Oakland, to the mayor of Oakland about the paper, because I'm telling you, this will be successful in the Bay Area, but guess what? It will be people who are only earning about $60,000 a year who will flood your place, because it's very difficult to rent now in Oakland. I have a one-bedroom condo on Lake Merritt, okay? My renter is paying $2,000. It's so high. They will be happy to rent from what you're having. I may even maybe buy equity in whatever companies.
So the case of Robbins Apartments, I think there are either 10 people that put $150,000 each or 15 people that put $100,000 each that were local that became equity investors. And that, along with a take-back mortgage from the seller of the property and some other thing, and a financing from a bank, was able to finance the initial development plus provide them $1.5 million to do the initial quick conversion. But once you do that, you've actually raised the value of the property. It's no longer worth $6 million once you establish as a going concern, not as a rundown motel, but as a vibrant community with, ultimately just take the 240 units. You take 240 units, $625 a month times 12 is call it $8,000 a year. That's a lot of money, a lot of cash flow. Now you have expenses and stuff, but there's a lot of cash flow, and for whatever reason, Harvey's been able to keep the vacancy rate down to about 0, and he's been able to keep his loss rate down also to about 0. And most of the people that leave are moving to one of his other developments. You're going to see a photo of Harvey, and he's got this one-stop housing. He literally has efficiencies, 1 bedrooms, 2 bedrooms, houses. He rents houses, he sells houses, and he moves people up the ladder. And that is part of his success, because then he's renting to people that that leave. Then he continues to rent to them. Not everybody, but continues to rent to them. Is there another question over here, Mo?
I don't want to throw cold water on the party, but I wanted to talk about 3 barriers potentially to adoption, specifically in the Northeast. I'm really thinking about New Jersey, but I think
Well, New Jersey, forget New Jersey. It's New Jersey.
It's expensive and getting worse.
Yeah.
But these are, I
Mount
think,
Laurel.
These are 3 things I think voters would care about, and I don't see how we get past them. Maybe you have ideas, but I just want to mention them and talk about any of them or none. The first is density on already congested roadways. How do you convince people to allow for more density to amortize the land costs over more units when people are already saying our roads are completely congested? The second one is about something that looks like progressive taxation. You have already got very high marginal tax rates in the Northeast. And if you allow more low-income units, relatively more low-income units into a high-income area, it's just another form of redistribution of the existing public services. So many progressive high-income people might be opposed to more redistribution. Maybe not, but that would potentially be a second barrier. The third barrier seems like it would be feasible, but maybe it's not, which is the either prevailing wage laws or the union labor issue, which is that I think anything involving steel or concrete needs to use union labor or probably has a prevailing wage law attached to it. And my understanding is that boosts construction costs by about a third.
So on the last point, so if there are no government subsidies involved, unless there's a misguided state law on prevailing wages, which New Jersey, anybody who requires people to pump gas and call that jobs is misguided. So maybe they have that. But if you're talking about the federal, if there's no federal subsidies, I don't think there's any federal prevailing wage. You're right, you need to try to keep the construction down to the more general construction that has lower wage rates than the higher end construction. But so the 6-story building is actually poured concrete and all of that. But in Sarasota, you can do that at a lower cost. I'll let someone else answer your second question. On the first question, I think one of the answers is you repurpose places that already had traffic. And so we're going to find tens of millions of square feet of Amazon Ferry abandoned commercial property stores that have to be repurposed into something. They're all on thoroughfares by definition. They're all visible from busy places because that's why they were there. And many of them are obsolete. It's very easy to see which ones they are. They have all the vacancy, the lights are out, and they have acres of parking. And they already had a lot of ins and out and the cuts and the curb cuts and all of that. So that's one idea. You can do the motels, but you can also do commercial.
I think you're right that it's tough. But one thing I might mention about Harvey had convinced the community that he could run these properties securely and without undue crime. We actually went out and interviewed police officers who had been in the area, sergeants who had responsibility for the area, and to a person, they knew where every Section 8 development was in town because those were the high crime areas. And I'm sorry to say that, but that's just a fact. Where Harvey's areas, by what you were saying before in the community, reached out to the police departments, didn't fool around with, it was, what is it, Kate? The broken windows. They took care of problems right away, and they worked with their actual tenants so that he had that advantage. I'm not sure that how you exactly establish that in the in areas that will be new to this, but I think that an active management and community plan has to be a part of this.
And actually, most of his communities, the larger ones, end up being gated communities. And when he said that at a Sarasota city hearing, it was like, excuse me, why is it only okay for high-income people to have gated communities? What's wrong with it? Excuse me, why do you have that reaction? So again, he's pushing against the norm, and all of a sudden people go, well, yeah, it's gated to help reduce crime and to make it a safe place for people to work. To live because they're working, and nothing wrong with that.
And, and answer some of the liberal objections on that. I have found that people in these areas want safe housing. They don't push it away. I once passed a bill to give the Detroit Housing Commission the ability to form a tenant committee on eviction. They went from 0 evictions to a couple hundred in 1 year. The tenants themselves were speaking about how they wanted to have a well-run community in which they lived. I think we get this backwards sometimes.
Wanted to say just a little bit on the subject of density and traffic, that if what you're doing is housing workers who are now driving a long way back and forth, you're actually reducing traffic, and the part of it that's in the neighborhood, if they're working in the neighborhood anyway, isn't changing. They're still driving that piece. What they're not driving is the other 20 miles each way. So if you look at it from a larger area standpoint, the traffic is coming down, even though it may not be a difference in that neighborhood.
But it ain't easy.
Right. This is part of the reason why the local government has to want this, because absent that, the usual process will get in the way, and the answer will be no.
Bill?
Bill King with Real Info. You know, along these lines, Ed, when you were speaking about the people driving to where they could afford, it seems to me from an employment perspective that an employee who is 30 or 40 miles away is a lot more likely to be tardy, absent, rotate out of employment, have more health days off, things of that sort. So clearly there's a benefit to employers when those employees are closer. Is there a way to get employers involved in, beyond perhaps just the investment, but get employers involved in participating in creating this type of housing?
So we're meeting with 2 employers down in Venice, Service Tumblers and PGT, which makes hurricane-proof windows. So they're very interested in this for the reasons that I mentioned. There's a second benefit, and it also inures to the benefit of the employee. It turns out, and I think, Tom, you're the one who pointed this out, if you're one of these service workers, there's actually a large supply of these jobs. You see the for help signs everywhere. And so if you actually can live near where the jobs are, then all of a sudden your job opportunities become much greater. And if someplace closes, you can get another job in that general vicinity because there's lots of those jobs there. As far as the employer, you're right, it reduces tardiness. The car breaks down and you lose 2 days, or forget about paying for it, just lose 2 days out of your life. And so all of that goes away. That's why, who are the people that we're meeting with? The HR people. That's who the manufacturers have working on this, is the HR people. That's who sent me all that information. Why? Because he meets with 247 employees about their situation. And out of their 2,000 employees, he had data on 247 of them that he had met with face to face. And he was able to share that information that I went through. So, but we are talking to them about being an equity investor potentially, because if you do build near a concentration of employment, then you want to make sure that if that were to change, so there's nothing that focuses the mind more than some skin in the game. So there's lots of ways beyond, they could provide a shuttle service. This is another sort of simple example. If every car rental place and every hotel within 5 miles of an airport can provide a shuttle service, why couldn't you have a shuttle service from this apartment complex that's a mile from hopefully it'll be shorter, but it could be a mile from 3,000 jobs. You could provide a shuttle service. It doesn't cost hardly anything. We know how to do shuttle services. And if they're done every day of the week, can't be that expensive. So there are solutions. Right now, these companies are paying to bus people from 36 miles away. They'd rather stop doing that and have a real solution. So.
In the end, if I'm an employer, I might even contribute to the rent.
Yeah, that's a possibility too. There might. I was thinking about this. I was up in Boston, and there was driving around, just sort of looking at the lay of the land, because I ended up sitting next to a developer who was a very large developer up there, and he was talking about the prevailing wage problem and how much it adds, and then he said, yeah, but this would be almost impossible to do in Boston. Same thing that Morris said, in New Jersey, almost impossible to do in Boston. And so I don't know whether it's impossible or not, but again, you don't know until you start looking outside the box. And so I got thinking as we were driving around, and I looked on that map that I referred to in a paper, where you can see where the jobs are, and the production jobs and the other types of jobs, the hospitality jobs, where they are. And so I found a place that had tons of them that were in this price point, and I found a couple acres that were vacant that was owned by, it was also had some manufacturing, and boy, wouldn't it be nice if there were 100 units that could be built on that, and it was, the employees, if they were living there, they might get, because the land might be contributed, those people might get $100 off or something, and the others, you work it out, but in effect they get some type of subsidy, whatever. But it's a way to potentially address it. I think, again, it's not that it's going to work everywhere, and some places are very far gone. Like, we see San Francisco went from, having magazines called low-cost housing and low-cost rents to what they have today. But you have to start in places that it's reversible. And if you can make those places work, then hopefully other places will see the light of day.
Yeah, and I'd hope the subsidies quit feeding those other high-cost areas and at least force them, maybe, who are so wealthy, to pay higher wages, because the wage differentiations and the income differentiations in a place like New York City is like Swaziland in Africa. The rest of the big cities are comparable to Central America in their differences in wealth. And we're supporting that, actually. So there's a lot of political issues over and above that. Not going to work everywhere right now, but I think it might give a hint to an awful lot of people.
Thank you. My name is Li Yang. Along those lines, I think some employer who really contribute to the transportation cost. So I think it's really possible. I wonder if we can really address bigger alternatives, like volunteers to build a housing, like TV show, home makeover, and like Carter's project on humanity on habitat, that type of volunteer basis. And if we can get a developer to volunteer, that will be good, and the architect that can have volunteers. So if you can address this type of issues, or some effort have been done, maybe by some group or organizations, and the possibility of achieve those.
So those are potential ideas, but that's a different idea than what we're working on, which is how do you unleash the private sector to accomplish this for profit and without relying on volunteers largely and things like that. That's another story. Habitat for Humanity has done various things. I assume it's been successful. I don't know. But we're talking about something very different. We're talking about how do you unleash the market through private enterprise. We're not talking about cooperative ownerships. We're not talking about nonprofits. We're talking about for-profit companies unleashing the private sector to build economical housing and repurpose economical housing by bending the cost curve with the assistance of these localities. That's fundamentally all we're talking about, but that is it's a huge amount, and I think that's where our focus is going to remain. There, question over here? Yeah.
Salim Firth, the Heritage Foundation. I have a question for Kevin, which is whether you have already or are you planning to try to get some kind of demographics or income data on the people who do end up choosing to rent these. Sort of going to the comment the gentleman in the back made, I can easily imagine if you built $700 apartments in D.C. that it would get filled with young policy analysts. And there's nothing wrong with that, right?
Yeah. You're right. You could blow the rents right out in New York City or in Washington, yeah.
Right, and it'd be just interesting to find out
And you'd
what
have
does
to
the
really
market
worry
look
about the
like.
crime
I
problem.
can imagine a scenario where location matters more than anything else, and you build in a great location, you're targeting a certain demographic, but rents just get pushed up to the point where the people who can afford to live in this area live in whatever is built there. So I'm just curious about the outcome of that.
Yeah, so on the first question, on the data part, unfortunately, I don't think Harvey is as good as he is on data collection as he is on development and the management angle. And so I don't think he even necessarily knows the income levels of.
So I asked him, or I asked his son, Travis, what's the income level? And he says, well, we don't ask that on our application. We ask, are you employed? Yes, no. Where are you employed? What's the phone number? And we verify their income. We verify their employment and not their income. Now, in the process of verifying, they gather a bunch of information unsolicited where the person, they said, generally we figure out because of the name of the employer what the kind of job is. And they're largely exactly the jobs you're talking about, these service jobs. And so we generally get that. We know what those jobs pay. And so we pretty much can guess. Sometimes they'll tell us what the person's making, even though we don't ask. Once they move in, we, through this community process with the manager, on-site manager, or the full-time manager, we learn a lot about the tenants. And they tell us a lot, and we actually get text messages, oh, I got this problem, and I got this bill to pay and stuff. They get a lot of information. So at the end of the day, they put their heads together and said, our guess is $27,000. Well, when we did the math, it was $26,000 for all these occupations. So that all makes sense. They don't keep track of race or ethnic origin or anything. It's just, they just take on pretty much all comers. When we met with people, we could see it was very well, all different races and all of that, but they don't keep track of that because, again, it's not a federal program. There's a beauty in that. There's a beauty in being able to move into a place, see other people moving up and out to better things and get inspired to do that. Ethan mentioned that as something you want people to be in a place where they can get to a better place. And so once you start putting in a lot of these metrics to keep track of, it eventually becomes controls rather than just gathering information.
Agrees.
No, yeah, I'm very frustrated by that. It's crazy.
I said to Kevin before we started, I said, well, they just rented up to 120 people. They just rented 120 units. And perhaps, it would be worth interviewing those, 120 people. And Kevin's response was, that'd be a lot of work. So if you want to help volunteer for that, we've got some think tanks here. Maybe we could put together a consortium. Ethan.
Could you extend the fact, though? Thank you. Could you extend the fact, though, that kind of demand actually helps create new housing even down the road, and the fact that it helps the extension of the market? So we would be very happy to see that be true because it extends the idea, and the more you extend the idea, the more likely it is to help alleviate the burden itself.
Right. So, these are markets, and we've tended to look at these things as systems that can be, like strings and stuff. And so this is a market. And so when you put 240, 320 units in this area in Bradenton, that's going to have a ripple effect. People that were driving 20 miles are no longer driving 20 miles. Some of the people you'll hear were living in their cars. Some of the people were doing this or that. Maybe they move out of basements. Some of the people just got evicted, whatever. There's a lot, there's all different stories, but it's all part of a market. And when you add supply, the key, and this is why it's so difficult in places, San Francisco, potentially Boston, potentially New Jersey, you can't, you add 400, it's not even a drop in the pond. Whereas if you drop 360 into downtown Bradenton, it'll fill up quickly, but it is a real positive in terms of that market. And if you could do some more, that would be real positive. If you could put 400 units of apartments next to this commerce park that has 3,000 employees, that would be a huge impact on people being able to, have a better quality of life at a lower cost working at that commerce park. So other questions? We've got time for about one or two more. Yeah, Robert?
Just one more, because the demographics is very interesting. I know you don't have data, Kevin, but what about families versus singles? It looks to me, by what you've described, that these are apartments mostly for single individuals and maybe married couples but no kids. Am I right about that, or what's happening there?
Ethan, you may know a little bit more. I don't know.
Well, let me just say from my eyes, when I went into these apartments that he has under rental, I was shocked by the number of single mothers with kids, with actually quite a diverse community. You're right that just by the very nature of the size of the units, this is not going to attract people who can afford more down, et cetera. But his goal is to also take those people, and if he can get them accustomed to a living style that works, he will then look for a single-family home to move them into. So it's part of this whole upward mobility, just creating stability, which I think we miss. I'm an old caseworker from the ADC program. I think we need a hell of a lot more casework with some families, and I think they can go a long ways.
It should also be said that, statistically, apartments are occupied by families, households without children. Yeah. There are really very few children in a typical apartment. And so that one bedrooms and two bedrooms shared and efficiencies is where most of the demand is. And what we find is that, as families start expanding and having kids, they tend to rent a single family house rather than an apartment. So what Harvey is building looks to me to be an accurate reflection of where the demand probably is. And so that's why you don't see a lot of 3-bedroom units, just because there isn't demand for that in that particular population.
That said, I do remember now two things. Tom, you'll remember this. When we looked at the building on North Tamiami Trail that was being repurposed, they had one building or one wing that was just for children. They had playground equipment. They were putting in a playground. So there were children here, enough that they basically had a wing, which was again, it was 100 units, so it was maybe 20 or 30% of the units that were that wing, and it was in a quiet area so that the children could play, and there wasn't as much traffic. And my recollection is, of the 4 buildings, there are 4 buildings, each with 60 units in Bradenton, the existing buildings at 4-building complex. One of the buildings was going to be for families.
With tremendous support services just from inside the property.
And so he is getting a fair number of families. My recollection is, based on National Multi-Housing Council data, 75% of all private, unsubsidized apartments, which is, again, the vast majority of all apartments, 80% of all apartments, are occupied by 1 or 2 individuals, households of 1 or 2. And I can't remember, it was 12% or 25% of households, obviously 2 or greater, have 1 or more children. So that confirms what Tom said. The incidence of children is no more than a quarter, and the incidence of 2 or less is 75%. So you're really talking about 3 tops. And so it turns out that for this price point, efficiencies, 1 and 2 bedroom units really fill the vast majority of the need. But then if you need more, then he's got other stops along the way. So one last question, going once, going twice. We have a break, and we're going to come back promptly at 4. We're going to set up the phone and get Harvey and Travis on the phone, and then we'll do that, and then we'll do panel 2. Thank you. Hey.
Good to see you.
Good. Why don't you go round them in? If everybody could take a seat, please. Okay, if everybody could take a seat. So the next part of the program, we will be talking in a couple of minutes with Harvey Vengroff and his son Travis Vengroff, and you've heard a lot about them today. These are just some newspaper headlines from the Herald Tribune, which is the big daily newspaper, relatively speaking, a weekly Your Observer, Bradenton Times, Bradenton Herald, Sarasota Magazine. You see, all these comments. This has gotten tremendous coverage, as I said, in all types of media in Sarasota, the daily newspapers, the weeklies, the magazines, the TV stations, you name it. I'll just read a little bit from the Sarasota Magazine. They, about a month and a half ago, named the 25 most influential men and women in Sarasota today, and Harvey was one of the 25, the shrewd founder of a $1 billion Sarasota-based collection agency, Vengroff Williams. Harvey Vengroff became the face of affordable housing in Sarasota, converting old motels to rental units and now building a new 393-unit apartment complex for the working poor. When the City Commission tried to impose annual inspections on that project, he stormed out and won approval on his own terms. An avid sailor is usually dressed in board shorts and boat shoes. He acts tough but cares about his tenants, seeing them as people with problems that can afflict us all. Hates bureaucracy, loves control, won't be intimidated. And yesterday, as I said earlier, I got an email from Harvey, proud, like a parent of the graduates from Robbins Apartments who had just graduated the WOW program, Wonderful Opportunities for Women, where women were taught, attended coursework to allow them to go forward and become employed, who are living at Robbins Apartments. So we're going to have a very short video that's going to play in a couple of seconds, and then we'll start the interview.
I know y'all had a movie.
Yeah. Gabriella is leading Mary and her son to what might be their next home.
So then basically I can get myself in this one, and then when those are ready, I can then...
As long as your background is good.
Yeah.
It's not a mansion, just a former motel room, but Mary sees opportunity. And don't overlook the person showing off the studio apartment. That smile from Gabriella gives insight into a 25-year-old woman who has been to hell and back.
I have nightmares of the things I've been through, but being in here just is amazing. Yes, it's $625 a month, $625 deposit.
Gabriella is working at Robbins Apartments, a former motel in Bradenton that still has the Chamber of Commerce brochures by the door.
I love being here. I enjoy working and assisting people that come in and looking for the help at the same help I needed it.
Whether it's Gabriella, who is recently over her demons, or Valerie, who's 15 years out, they all credit one person. It's that guy in the red shirt. He's not a prospective renter. He owns the place. In fact, Harvey Vengroff owns 1,600 apartments in Sarasota and Manatee County, from converted motels to 3-bedroom houses. He says he has hundreds of names on a waiting list. He could increase the prices, but he's not trying to make a lot of money. He's already worth tens of millions of dollars. His biggest goal is to help that working class person to find a place to live who otherwise can't afford to make ends meet.
Working people that can't afford to live in a community that has high rents and high prices.
That's supposed to keep the birds off them.
When he's not working, this former New Yorker is on his sailboat 6 or 7 days a week. He and his camera-shy wife have sailed up and down the East Coast. He finds the sailboat the one place he can relax and think.
Some people go to church. I go out on the water and talk to myself.
He's got a lot to think about. He's the one also building 393 apartments off Fruitville Road, again aimed at those who work but can't afford to make ends meet.
He doesn't come asking for a handout. He's looking to do something. He doesn't want the government to be in his way. So to the extent we can, we get out of his way and let him do what he does best.
For Harvey, there's no ego involved and no desire for recognition.
They asked me to speak in Washington for a conference on how to do affordable housing, and I said, no thanks.
You have to dress up.
Yeah, I have to wear a jacket and tie.
When's the last time you wore a jacket and tie?
I think it was my dad's funeral.
Harvey is just Harvey, and none of his supporters would like anything different.
He had me at hello. He's just so under the radar, but just so passionate. He could have named it Harvey's Place. It was an honor that he named it after me, and I was just a little part of the puzzle. He's just a unique individual because, again, he's unassuming, and he doesn't want any of the attention. He just wants to do the right thing and help people's lives. And he's just doing it all quietly within the parameters, following all the rules, and making sure that he gives back to the community.
All these good-looking people around here. I don't know.
Harvey is helping people rebuild their lives, and Gabriella couldn't be happier.
Feel proud now, and family thinking different and feeling different about me.
Okay, with that, without further ado, I will be asking Harvey and Travis some questions, and they're open-ended on purpose, and you'll get to hear what actually makes this work and how it works. And so, Harvey, I'll start with you. Our audience knows you were selected by Sarasota Magazine as one of the 25 most influential people. How did you become the face of economical, or well, I'll call it economical housing, they call it affordable housing in Sarasota?
Well, it's kind of a small town, so I won by default, I think. But that's probably it. As far as being selected as one of the most influential, I think I got a lot of good publicity because we have a lot of good people that do the work, and I take the credit for it. I think that's the key, right?
So you bought a number of old motels with hundreds of units, repurposed them to efficiency apartments, mostly for service workers. The most recent one's Nights Inn. Can you describe a little bit about how that works?
Well, about service workers or service workers are about 60% of our population. The other 40% are people that really don't have a home, and I think that about 40% of our rental population comes from charities. They could come from Catholic Charities or Salvation Army or Jewish Community Services or Spark or any one of the dozens of charities that try to help people. The difference between what we do and what the charities had done in the past is the charities pay somebody's rent for, up to 6 months, and they put them into a hotel, and there's no supervision or very little supervision, and you could be living with one or two little children next to a pervert or somebody that is going to do them some harm. And with our program, we don't have leases with our tenants. We have a month-to-month agreement. And what we do is if their door doesn't open by 8 o'clock in the morning, our manager actually knocks on the door and finds out why they're still home. If they don't have a job, he puts them in a car, or he asks them to get in his car, and he brings them to some place where there's a help wanted sign. If they're not willing to work, we just kick them out. We're not a charity, and we don't want the charities to waste their money on people that are not going to be helped. The only exception to that is if somebody's on disability or if somebody's got a Social Security check and they're senior citizens. But if you're 25 years old and you're not willing to work, there's not much we can do for you.
Okay, so
our success rate is probably about 45 to 50% of getting people past the efficiency apartment and getting them into a 2-bedroom apartment or a 3-bedroom apartment, or actually making them more successful and having them buy homes. I guess over the last 25 years, we've got 19 of those people that started with nothing actually became millionaires.
Okay. So I know in your view, you don't accept long-term subsidies like Section 8 or vouchers. So are subsidies necessary or even desirable in developing economical housing for service workers?
I don't think it is. I think there's a very substantial profit that can be made by doing it just as an entrepreneur without any subsidies. I think the return on investment is somewhere between 30 and 40% per year on the way we do it, which, why would you want to take a subsidy and have to fill out the extra paperwork?
So why don't more local developers follow your lead in doing this?
I guess the secret, or the reason for that is that most people don't want to deal with those people, with quotes, those people. They feel that if they, in this economy right now, if you can build a building and sell condominiums, you're out of it. You don't have to deal with anybody. It's you know what your profit is going to be, and it's a much easier thing for many builders that don't want to deal with people that are not of their stature or not of their economic stature. It does take a little bit of flexibility to walk into somebody's or knock on somebody's door and ask for the rent every month, especially when they don't have it.
So you have your for rent sign, and I think on the back it says one-stop housing. Tell us about one-stop housing. You alluded to it earlier in terms of moving people up, but can you tell us a little bit more about that?
Well, we have one-bedroom apartments, two-bedroom apartments, three-bedroom apartments, and we have some houses. And we kind of move people from, if they're successful and they get a job that pays better than what they came in with, they kind of move up. And when we get to the point where they live in a house for a year and rent that house and pay their rent on time, we'll sell them the house for no money down, and they just pay interest at 8%. And if they can do that for a year, they own the house, they can just refinance it. And our program is we take rich people who are getting 1 or 2% at the bank and give them a mortgage at 8%, interest only for a year. And the poor people can pay $666 a month for a $100,000 mortgage, which works out good for everybody.
Okay.
Did I answer that completely, Ed?
I think so. One or two more questions before I turn to Travis. Can you explain a little bit about the compensation structure that you have in place for your property managers and why you put it together the way you did?
Well, most of our property managers have had somewhat of a checkered past, and they're not, for the most part, they're not college graduates. They're not able to get a super job, but we give them an apartment in the complex where they're operating. We give them a new pickup truck, and we pay them $1,100 every 2 weeks, plus a commission. The commission is based on the rents that they collect. So if they have $100,000 in rents that they should collect for their property in 1 month, anything over $80,000, they get 80%. Anything over $80,000, they get 10% of. So they have a nice compensation package there.
And your collections, as I understand it, are pretty high, and the vacancy rate is pretty low because you have a long waiting list.
Well, we have a long waiting list. If you quote us right now, even on the new properties, we don't have anything available till December. Mm-hmm. So, we generally have a 3-month wait to get into an apartment right now, and unless we add a lot more units, that's going to remain. But the economics of owning, I'm sorry, Ken.
I was going to say, so that raised a good question. You just went into Bradenton, and I know you're going into Pinellas, and you're in Sarasota. If you were to guess, what would the supply addition need to be roughly to get the supply and demand at a better point of balance in a place like Bradenton. You just added 120. You have another 120 in the pipeline, and then you have 120 new behind that. Is it 500, 2,000? Do you have any idea how many units it would take to sort of get things back in a more reasonable balance?
Well, the Bradenton School District has 1,800 children that don't have addresses or permanent addresses. So if you assume that one per family, that would be another 1,800 kids that, or 1,800 families that don't have a house or an apartment. They're either living in a car, they're living in a tent, or they're living with relatives. So probably twice as many as we have would start to stem the tide of the necessary apartments needed.
So Travis, let me switch over to you. I know Robbins Apartments just rented 120 units in 60 days. There were some newspaper stories about people, a woman moving out of her car to move in. There's clearly a huge unmet demand. Can you share some of the tenant stories and the challenges that you ran into renting up Robbins Apartments over 2 months?
Sure. Our biggest problem is that there were so many people who really needed a place, and we don't ask for a whole lot when we're moving people in. You're not an axe murderer, you're not a child molester, and you're not a drug dealer, basically are three big ones, and that you've not been evicted in the last 2 years. And finding people who can meet that criteria in 34208, which is our zip code. It's the #1 zip code in America for heroin overdoses. It's pretty rough. We're in like 1 in 6 or closer to 1 in 10 people who apply will get approved to live in our apartment complex. And, even some of the people we're moving in, they've got a pretty checkered past, but to get them past, even the basic level is difficult. The last tenant we moved in who filled up, I actually picked her up from the Salvation Army. And then, I'm trying to do a nice thing. And she says, oh, well, could we go to the grocery store real quick? And I said, okay. So I brought her to the grocery store. And they said, well, could we also pick up my dog? 2 hours later, I was able to get her in. And she was really not in a good place. She was very sad. She was not an empowered individual. And when we moved her in, she got very picky very quickly. And I'm happy to see that, actually, because it's the sign that she's comfortable. She's got her dog. She's got her room. Everything's going good, and she's quite happy. We have quite a few other individuals we've moved in who literally came off the street, exceptional circumstances where they said, I don't have a place to go. I don't even have a car to sleep in. And that's truly unfortunate. Mom with kids, she had 2 daughters. One of the daughters had autism. It was a really rough situation. So we normally don't rush background checks because we want to make sure that we're doing everything right. But in her circumstance, we're able to kick her to the top of the pile and make sure that we could get her in that night because it was such an exceptional circumstance. We also experienced a very small hurricane recently, and we helped a couple of the neighboring properties. We had a few empty rooms that we had to move people into, and when the flood waters flooded out those apartments, we moved people from there in an emergency situation into 16 of our rooms for the weekend while their homes were getting sorted out. So we've had a lot of challenges, and even every day we still have a lot of people show up just from the sign on the street alone asking if we've got space. And a lot of people really need a space, and they're people who we'd love to help. We just don't have the space anymore. But occasionally you get someone who passes a background check, and then one of the people working with us behind the desk, looks at me and whispers and says, oh, that's the drug dealer. You don't want to move her in at all. She's the bad guy. So we have a lot of people who are wolves in sheep's clothing who are looking to make a killing off of our client base who are at risk. They are vulnerable to such things. And many of them come from, again, like we said before, checkered backgrounds and They're involved in programs to keep clean and to stay clean, and they've been clean for maybe over a year, but it's real easy to slip back, and we're trying to make sure they don't.
Okay, next question, Travis. You used a term a few months ago when we were meeting with you of the standard, for the construction or the rehab or whatever of just good enough. Can you put a little additional gloss on that?
Sure. I use it one way, but you use it a slightly different way. Good enough can apply to one of two things. It can apply to a situation when you're dealing with the government, when they say, oh, well, your plan looks pretty good. You're looking to buy a hotel. You're looking to kick out all the bad guys. You're looking to change what the rooms are going to be. So this is going to be used as an apartment complex. Well, it looks pretty good, but what if we made all the doorways, they're currently 26 inches, but what if we made them 32 inches? Because we want to make sure that they're wide enough to accommodate, everyone has to be wide enough to accommodate if someone is disabled, perhaps. Well, okay, now that you've done that, what if we had to install stoves and a range and a full-size fridge in each one of the units? And also, what if we had fireproof glass? So it's been used, I guess, as sort of a way that just one more thing is what the government agencies say. So the counter to that is this is just good enough. We don't want this to be the Ritz. We're not putting in marble countertops. We want it to be good enough, because you don't want to spend too much money, because if you put in a stove, you spend the money to put in a stove, it has to be reflected in the rent. And what we found is that maybe, I'm estimating 1 in 10, 1 in 20 of our tenants is going to use an oven. And we've actually asked them and said, hey, are you using this? And they've said no. So in Robin's Apartments, which is our latest project that you spoke about, we're not putting in a stove, and we can keep the rent at $625, and we can offer them free Wi-Fi, which is something we haven't offered before. And that's something that people do use, and it is something that they care about. But some of our investors on the project were looking at the stoves, and they're looking at the countertops, and like, well, what if we put a bunch of plants outside and made it really pretty? And the answer is we can do that, but what actually winds up happening is, as we build a community, some of our tenants like to garden, we found, and they will take ownership and pride in their community. And we do have potlucks, and we've got it sort of happens organically, as opposed to saying, okay, we're going to put in $1,000 tree here and $1,000 tree there. So good enough is the standard by which you say, okay, this is what people need to really live in an apartment.
You had another expression, safe, clean, and successful. How about that one?
So that's our apartment complexes are safe. We want to keep the bad guys out, so we put up a fence typically, and we offer the protection usually on site. There's a manager on site on our properties. Sometimes we also have a security guy who lives on site. Typically they come from the local fight club. It's the boxing group of Sarasota. And on one of them we even have the former heavyweight champion of Florida on site. But clean, we want to make sure that if you're moving in, it is a clean environment. We don't throw you into a dilapidated room that's grimy and smells like cigarette smoke, but that it's somewhere that you feel comfortable with your kids. And we want to make sure that you have the opportunity to be successful. So like my dad was saying, we will drive people to, if they've lost their job, to find a new job, to apply for a job. And we have programs like the Women's Empowerment course, which happens 2 hours a week, once a week. And it's an 8-week course. We teach time management, we teach self-esteem, in such a sense of that they should have self-esteem and building it up. We teach them budgeting, how to balance a checkbook, how to open a checking account, because many of our tenants have never used a checkbook, and they've never used a money order even. It's cash transactions largely. So we're changing their habits. We're also giving them job preparedness classes and also parenting courses. One we did yesterday was about nutrition and trying to make sure that your kids aren't eating junk food, and really they need to grow and be healthy and strong.
So that leads to the last question, you've already anticipated it in terms of number of tenants over the weekend graduated, completed the wonderful opportunities for women coursework. Harvey, do you have anything to add about that program and what your hopes are for it? I know it's not your program, you're actually using a nonprofit that offers that program in Sarasota. Harvey?
Harvey, you still there? Well, we offered our program to Jewish Community Services, and I think they're going to take us up on that. We're going to set up a motel as apartments, and they'll actually be in charge of it, but we'll run it for them. But as an investor, it's a very good project because if you look at the one that we did before Robbins, we paid $2.4 million for a building with 120 units. So we paid about $20,000 a unit. It cost us about $700,000 in additional expenses to make them apartments, and that's by putting in stoves and refrigerators and sprinkler systems and changing the electric and the plumbing for each unit. But so we've put in about $3 million into the project total, but based on the income, which is about $75,000 a month at $625 per month on 120 units, plus a restaurant up front, the bank valued it at $7.4 million and gave us all of our money back. So we have no money into the project, and we have a nice monthly income from it.
Okay.
If I could also quickly add to it, we're also working with a number of other agencies on site that do also take part in the Women's Empowerment course. We work with life coaches locally, the Women's Resource Center, various organizations, and even private individuals who have maybe professional experiences or local business owners who are looking for quality employees who are looking to make something of themselves, and even local leaders in the community.
Okay, well, we're just about out of time. Anything either one of you want to add before we thank you for providing us this information?
Well, if anybody wants to know how to do it, we'll be happy to show them for free. There's really a need for it, and it's a profitable thing. So, if anybody knows anybody that wants to invest, we'll be happy to show you how your investment can pay you off. I think it's really a good program. So.
Okay, well,
and thank you for your time, Ed.
Thank you, Harvey. Thank you, Travers. Really appreciate you taking the time. And Harvey, I know you're on vacation, so doubly thank you for doing that. Bye now. Okay. Well, with that, let's see. I'm going to check my schedule before I figure out what we're doing next.
We're up.
You're up immediately? I think you are up immediately.
Yes.
No break. We already had the break.
Is that all right, Jackson? Okay.
Oh, hi. Ed Pinto. Nice to see you.
So I'm Robert Dorr, and I'm the director of the AEI's Poverty Studies program. And who knew that an offhand remark in my office, I don't know, it must have been a year ago, about why can't we...
6 months ago.
6 months ago,
don't-
even better, all of this would happen. And I have to say, I'm sure this is in everybody's mind as we begin, I really admire Ed and his energy, and that, this is a fancy Washington think tank, as you can tell by the environment in our new building. And we have a lot of people who think a lot and write a lot. We don't have as many people who actually do a lot. And this is a combination of a research project and an effort to learn things and study and report, and an effort to actually accomplish something and to promote better outcomes for people who are struggling in America. So how could you ask for anything more than that in one afternoon? I also have to acknowledge this is the end of a long presentation. We've covered a lot of ground, and we're the people standing in between you and the cocktail reception. So I hope we'll get right to the details. But I do want to echo something that Tom said at the beginning. this really is the issue for a lot of people that think about what's ailing our country. Jason Furman, the chair of the Council on Economic Advisors, recently put out a column and a long paper about the extent to which local zoning restrictions and local planning requirements and local regulations are preventing and crimping the housing market in the United States. And he tied that problem not just to housing, but its impact on poverty alleviation efforts, employment levels, economic growth, GDP, and inequality. And that's pretty much all the big issues that he's concerned most about. So we really are talking about something that is really essential. And I know from my experience as Commissioner of Welfare and Commissioner of Social Services in New York City under Mayor Bloomberg, where we had a lot of accomplishments and successes, but one we continued and really struggled with and never really made as much progress as we wanted, was in the issue of affordable housing or economical housing or providing market-based housing. And the last thing I do want to also echo, something that's just got to be very clear to everybody. I hope that while some people will talk about it and pretend that this isn't true, I promise, based on my understanding, it's really true. There are not a lot of subsidies coming. There aren't going to be more subsidies. It's just the federal government is broke, and housing subsidies and housing policy is at the bottom of the list among various initiatives and desires for people to do. And whether you speak to Speaker Ryan or whoever the next president is, it's just not coming. So there have to be solutions like these that allow people to afford economical housing. Now, this is the part of the session where we have a kind of response from experts in the field who hear all this, lovely love fest about what's going on down in Sarasota and tell us whether it adds up or is it real. And we've brought two experts in both of the areas that we're presented on. Starting on my far left is Robbie Brooks, who serves as the managing director at Trammell Crow Residential and is responsible for sourcing, financing, and executing all new multifamily and mixed-use development opportunities in the Mid-Atlantic region for Trammell Crow. Trammell Crow Residential is a national development and construction company formed in Dallas, Texas in 1977. In Robbie's career, he has supervised the development of 14 rental and for-sale communities totaling over 3,500 housing units, and he is a graduate of the University of North Carolina's Business School. So we're going to look to Robbie to react to what he's heard about the housing market and construction and what it takes to bring affordable or economical units to market. And then looking at the community side, the part of the paper, part of the discussion that Kevin talked about, we have Major Ethan Frizzell. Is it Frizzell?
Frizzell.
Frizzell, okay. Major Frizzell currently serves in Sarasota, Florida as the area commander for the Salvation Army. And previously, he was the area commander of the Greater New Orleans Command with responsibility for Salvation Army Center of Hope and Greater New Orleans Greater Recovery Hurricane after Katrina. And his responsibilities have included homeless services, youth services, social services, and disaster services. And he has a master's in public administration from the Harvard Kennedy School, which we won't hold against you.
Thank you.
So Robbie and Ethan, I want to start with you, Ethan, just to give you the open-ended, give you an opportunity to react to all that you've heard. Does it add up? And are there, from your perspective on the sort of human aspect, is this good enough? Is this sufficient housing?
Yeah, an important factor about the Sarasota market is that our market is 14,000 units short of affordable housing or even workforce housing. So it's not a matter of is there a need. We're about 14,000 units short. The other side is we have 20,000 households that spend between 50 and 60% of their income for housing. So we have a very high quality of life that people are willing to pay a higher part of their income for. And so as we look at the model, one of the things, of course, it is close. Harvey, I would argue, an added benefit is protecting future affordability along a corridor that otherwise would likely to be gentrified, the next paper that you all can do. And so it becomes very important because it gives people a choice. It's an interesting factor when you look at our community. You can look at a $200,000 unit the same size of what Harvey's doing and be very comfortable that's $200,000 because it sits on Siesta Beach. And when it sits on Siesta Beach, no one looks at the unit that is literally the same size, same format, and say, well, those poor people who live on the #1 beach in the country are suffering terrible because they just don't have the same space. And so sometimes we have to, those of us who may have greater choices, we have to reconsider within our own minds. Is people who have a choice, the locations they're talking about, you might realize are less than a mile from Sarasota Bay. And so having these choices allows people to be part of determining their own future. And what we know from behavioral science is that if people have 3 options on the way to their future, they're more likely to stay housed longer in community and need social services less. So yes, is it needed and supported? Absolutely. And there's various ways to do it in order to continue to give different subsegments of the population opportunities for housing.
And just to follow up before I turn to you, Robbie, Ethan, we heard in the description, these units are not, they might not meet HUD Section 8 standards with regard to size and quality. And there are also rules involved.
Mm-hmm.
You heard the owner talk about, if you don't have a job, I'm going to come and find out how I can get you a job.
Right.
How do you react to that kind of rigor?
Now, what's interesting with Harvey is he has such a strong personality and a lot of experience. And I swear there's a thing that happens after you're 70 that allows for a great freedom of speech that he enjoys. But on the other side of that, I would wonder how many who would be in the room don't live in a house with rules. Whether it be a subdivision that has rules, an apartment building that has rules, a condo association that has rules. We have donors who go to the yacht club, and they never come away from the yacht club going, I can't believe the rules they had for me to come and eat dinner. And so I think that part of community expectations are that communities come together and set their own rules. As stated, these are people who want to live in quality housing without drug dealers, without fear of people sneaking in, and they've agreed to a set of rules. And the beautiful thing is that if they can afford to move out from the rules, and that's what they choose, they can. But one of the things that Harvey didn't mention, he has people who have been living in these units for years and that don't want to move, because this is their community, it is their home, it is their choice, and with these reasonable rents, they now can afford to go to the beach and go fishing. And for them, in Florida, that's a very acceptable lifestyle.
That sounds nice to me, too. So, Robbie, you've got a big area, big territory. You build a lot of rental units. You know the rental unit market. Is this possible?
I mean, I think Harvey has shown that it is possible. I mean, my background is primarily in market rate housing. I was telling you I do buy some affordable housing with a small investor group, so I have some exposure to it. But I have to admit, my reaction when you guys reached out to me last week to be part of it was similar to what Charlie talked about, which was there's just no way you can do this. How can you build 40,000 per unit buildings and sort of sustain this and have the cash flow to do it? But Harvey's showing you can do it. And I think sort of my mental block is I work in primarily DC, a little bit in Philly, and in the Carolinas, where the housing stock is much more expensive to build. The land prices are very, very difficult, or very high. The supply of available land to do these type of developments in urban settings is a challenge. And so I kind of came into it saying there's just no way you can do this. But I think after sort of listening to everybody today and listening to the Q&A, I think you do it, but it's going to be in secondary and tertiary markets. It's not going to be in downtown DC without some form of subsidy or government support, but somewhere like Sarasota or Richmond or Newport News or somewhere where there's a big job growth area where there is distressed property that you can reposition and sort of do what Harvey's doing. I think there's a case for it. I think it's going to be a challenge for new construction in areas where municipalities are not going to accept it. And so, Charlie, you talked a bunch about this too, and that's in the municipalities I work with, that's the biggest challenge is proffers and fees are huge expenses. And so we spend anywhere from $10,000 to $40,000 per unit just in fees to a municipality to get an approval. And so if you look at sort of what Harvey was talking about today, where his basis is $40,000 per unit all in on development cost, in areas like Loudoun County and some of the suburbs where we work, we're getting very close to those type of costs just for fees to get an approval to build a future project. And so in those type of municipalities, we will never build something like this where they're not receptive to it. But in areas where the local government will accept and sort of work with a developer, and where there's distressed land or distressed opportunities or repositioning of an asset, I think it's completely doable.
Well, let me follow up on that a little bit, because you talked at first about land cost premiums that drive up the cost of development.
Yep.
And then you talked about government regulations, mandates and requirements that drove up costs. Tell me that even in a hot area like Washington, or maybe not quite as hot, what's their relative size? Is the land cost premium? It sounded to me like at the end there that you were saying that government regulations and fees and costs of that side were bigger than the added cost forced by the land costs.
And it depends. And so, land pricing, and for market, and most of my background is market rate. So market rate and everything we look at is on a per unit basis. So land prices in sort of my mid-Atlantic region typically range from $10,000 per unit to as high as $100,000 per unit in downtown DC. And so DC, it's very cost prohibitive because of the land in an urban setting to do it. But in some of my less urban settings like Chapel Hill, North Carolina, or out in the suburbs of Virginia, where land pricing is a lot less and caught in the $10,000 to $20,000 range, the municipal fees are what are the handcuffs in those type of areas. So it depends on the location. So if it's in a very urban, high demand area close to a major sort of municipality or metro area, land is typically the prohibiting factor for an affordable housing. If it's in the suburbs and where there's NIMBYism and some pushback on development, it's typically the proffers and fees that are hurting us and not the actual land value.
And I'm going to start with you with this follow-up and then ask you the same question, and that is the political dynamic. So, what I was excited about, what I heard, especially from Harvey, was that, if localities want to do this, they can do it. And if communities decide they need the workers, they want the economic diversity, they want to help struggling Americans, they might be able to fight against the kinds of regulations that pull up the ladder on them. Do you think that's possible?
I think yes, but I think it's a challenge, and I think it's got to be someplace like Sarasota in these areas where the community is working with the developers, and there's some other force, whether it's the voters or the people that are electing the politicians to sort of put a bug in their ear to do it. The struggle we have is the municipalities want to control, and your paper hits on this, is the design. They want to have the fees to fund infrastructure and other improvements that they don't pull current tax dollars from. And so there's going to be resistance, and it's got to be a complete mind sort of shift of where they've been before on how they look at developers and new development and fees and approvals, because they've been schooled in this sort of thought for 40, 50 years, and to change them is going to take time, and it's going to take some other force other than just a developer and communication. It's going to be white papers where you guys are hitting the mayors and politicians, and you're hitting them. You talked about top bottom from financial perspective, but you've got to do the same thing from the financial markets. Come up from the financial markets and show that it's important and there's money to actually do these type of developments, and then hit the politicians to get their support to actually have their votes and sort of influence to actually see them actually get executed.
My experience in New York was that NIMBYism and local regulations and local opposition to affordable housing developments don't only happen in suburban white areas, they also happen in inner city areas too, where people are just afraid of or nervous about change. So I ask you, do you think that there's a political support for this, could be political support for this kind of, better density requirements, less zoning regulations? What do you think?
I think it's interesting. Living in Sarasota, let me be clear, Sarasota is not an easy market to make this happen, even in the local politics, because in season our population in the city will go from 60 to 300,000, with the other 240,000 being wealthy enough to come only 4 months a year. So it becomes very difficult. But I think that an opportunity is for the American Enterprise Institute, so ask some good questions, is we need to shorten the distance of people's understanding. So the city understands and the community understands, it's in the zoning, it's in their rules, that affordable housing will be a part. But the distance in understanding is too far, so they always think of the old affordable housing, which is high density poverty and concentrated poverty within zip codes. And we need to say that's not necessarily true anymore. And we also need to connect it to their goals of workforce housing. Because if we can change the narrative, if people will let individuals in their house to clean their house, then it might seem reasonable that they could be a neighbor as well. And I think we just need to change these narratives. As we're talking about the guy who's cleaning your pool, and you invite them to dinner every night when they're cooking it for you. How do we how do we explain this in a way that can change it? Because right now, if you will, in most communities, the conversation is just too distant. And so when you bring it, people go, well, of course I want that person to be housed. And we have this conversation all the time, is we're not talking about those that people are normally fearful of. We're talking about those that are already there. So how do we do that? So I think that that's an opportunity that we have. And then say, if you look at it, and some of that's been discussed, is to say the benefit of the zoning change versus the effort they go after for CDBG funds or tax credits or other issues, the amount of work they do in departments for that, which is a massive amount of work and money, could be done here without doing the work and money by an equivalency that I would say you're actually saving money in government. I know this is not always popular, but it's an opportunity for them. So I think it's there. I think there's work that can be done in groups like this that can reframe it so that they can be right. Because in our local politics, if you want something to be closed down, just tell one of the commissioners they're wrong. And that doesn't work, is you have to figure out is to say, yes, sir or ma'am, you too are correct, and let me show you how that's true.
So, Ethan, I think what we heard in the discussion was that the tenants in this development are either workers, they may be children of workers, but they're either workers, and then he mentioned people on either Social Security or disability. So he did acknowledge that there might be someone who's receiving some form of assistance and using that assistance to help them pay for their rent.
Right.
There's a shelter allowance portion of Social Security. But let's go to the worker one. So he also said he had a work test. The first question is, do you have a job?
Right.
The first part of their verification requirement is they confirm that they're employed. Is that all right with you?
Yeah, one of the things, again, this is one part of a continuum of housing, and one of the things that's true in our economy is we have very low unemployment, so people who want to be employed typically can get jobs, and he's creating a market. He's creating a market and a community for that. And so I think especially that it's a market solution. It's hard to say to the market solution that you can't do what you want to do with your own money and your own houses. I don't find that works out really well. That would be like, again, me going to the yacht club. We have a very nice yacht club, by the way. But me going to the yacht club and saying, all of your rules are wrong. They're going, it's our club. And I'm just saying it's his housing,
but in
so it's hard to argue.
But also for an able-bodied individual, being in the employment world is also helps them in achieving their own goals and flourishing and protecting their family. And there's a benefit to them of a work requirement over and above him being able to enforce his rules.
Absolutely, and if you get back to the 1996 Welfare to Work Act, right, the idea that you can only get 3 months of assistance over 3 years, if we expect that the government and states are going to start implying that again, then people might actually say thank you for this, because the assistance that we've seen in the last 5 to 7 years isn't likely to continue at the same rate. And so some of this is a market reaction to actually what's happening in policy and funding.
Okay, so one other question, little tougher question, and concerns what my friend Kevin Corinth called the backdoor strategy. And when referring to that, he's really talking about eviction. And that people either don't pay the rent or don't comply with the rules or don't maintain employment. The landlord has the authority to say, we need you to move on. I gather in Sarasota, you could just tell me, are there eviction protection statutes? And what happens there? What's that like in Harvey's development?
Harvey's development or normal eviction statutes?
Either one.
Right?
They're both in the area.
Yeah, so you could still go through the 30, 60, 90-day process to evict someone. One of the things I think that you heard Harvey say is he doesn't do year leases. Why? Is there's the understanding right from the beginning, this is a month-to-month relationship. So he didn't put himself legally in a position where he has to break the year lease, and that people are willing to do it. Now that does also restrict which subsidies that we might be able to assist someone with to move there, because he doesn't do a year-to-year, but he's okay with that. So the issue is when you look at the market and you start running the subsegments of populations, is there's other subsegments of populations that could be in this market and guaranteed occupancy that's not being used. But I think that the point there, which Kevin writes well about, is when you have a tight-knit community, you're talking about 100, 200 people, when you have a tight-knit community and someone is behaving in such a way that they're not fitting into that community, you're really becoming discouraged by the community at a faster pace than you are going to be by the landlord. Right? Is you're having a behavior that is not fitting in, and people want to move to where they fit in, just socially.
And the community is sort of acting as a vehicle of civil society. It's saying, well, this is what we expect, and by saying that, people step up and do what they can to comply. I mean, I didn't get the feeling that he had a big eviction. I think people that he had in his apartments didn't want to leave, and so they did what necessary in order to stay.
Right.
But Robbie, just let me ask you that, just on that back end side. Do government regulations concerning tenant rights, does that drive up costs too for an operator and a manager, or is that a smaller issue?
It's a smaller issue. I mean, going into it, it's quantifiable and you know what that is, and that's in that sort of operating expense, assumptions that were, I think Charlie or somebody had shown on the financials before. And so you can quantify it, you know what that is, it's not a huge risk. I mean, we are concerned about delinquency and vacancy, which are tied to those things, but it's quantifiable and it's not a huge risk from our side.
Okay, I have one last question that is a little bit out of right field or left field or wherever, and it comes from my experience in New York, where there were an enormous amount of housing subsidies that were tenant-based for low-income New Yorkers. And I wanted to know from either one of you what the extent you think that has on the market for housing for someone who doesn't have a subsidy. And Robbie, you maybe should go first on this. I mean, does it have an impact if there's a lot of subsidies out there that can bid up rents? Doesn't that leave the guy that didn't win the lottery with the subsidy sort of making it even harder for him to find affordable rents?
Sure. I mean, so he's all of a sudden, instead of a $1,500 rent, he's got to go find the $1,000 rent that he can afford because he doesn't have the $500 delta to do it. And so he's either going to a lower quality place, he's going further out, or he's leaving the city to go somewhere that's more affordable. And so it does affect that worker, and there's going to be some flight either out of the city or to another market if they can't find housing that's close enough in that he can afford at that point.
And are there other forms of housing subsidies in Sarasota that you have worked with in your?
Absolutely. We actually use a lot of, we refer to them as sustainability groups, but we do diminishing subsidy over time so that people can stabilize within community.
Mm-hmm.
We found it necessary because because of the wage of pay, it takes a little while to make a living wage or even a housing wage, if you will. So we help families up to a year with finances and individuals up to 9 months. But to your point, I would say we actually see it even in the homeless side of our services. So we've been really successful in moving homeless individuals to housing, which we're pleased about. But the issue is the more successful I am, the more expensive housing comes. And so we're in a neighborhood with our shelter, so we almost have the reverse issue in our neighborhood. We're in a neighborhood with a shelter where they just increased the zoning to 75 units, so we have 1,200 new housed residents coming in, and I almost decided to do my own Not My Backyard campaign. Because the issue is that when we cleaned up the neighborhood, the value of the neighborhood with that zoning went through the roof. And so all of a sudden, by being good at housing services, we've helped gentrify a neighborhood, which now we have to figure out how to balance, because we are, by helping people move from homelessness to housing, increasing the cost of housing. And we've moved a person a day this year, which means finding 365 housing units is tough work in a difficult market. So absolutely, our success increases demand, which increases prices in a tight market.
I want to follow up on that. You mentioned the word gentrification, and Kevin, I think, made a reference to economic integration and being better for low-income households at the extent to which they live around people who have some social connections that can help them. I think people agree with that. One of and it relates to a question the gentleman gave in the thing, there are two ways to do that. One is you help low-income Americans move to wealthier communities. And another way is you make communities that are poorer less poor by bringing more. And what's going on here in these communities in Sarasota? What's the neighborhood around? How economically diverse are these communities?
Well, it's so Tamiami Trail would be the tracks in some communities. On one side of Tamiami Trail, you have Sarasota Bay. So you just go one block on the other side of the East Trailer, and there are homes on the water. That's pretty nice. And on the other side, we have one of our more impoverished neighborhood that's up and coming. But to your point on gentrification, what's interesting about that is, and I think it was the question before, is doing it very intentionally, which is interesting. Another paper you all can write is how do you actually use it and protect it for future affordability? What Harvey's doing for his family and generations is he's starting to protect a corridor that is one of the last corridors that we have that has not been recreated. So someone could actually be very open and honest to say, I'm going to hold this hotel for 10 years, let people live in it for workforce housing. I'm going to buy 4 of them, and then in 10 years, I'm going to take them down and completely redefine the area. Because Harvey's approach is reducing crime, which means that the area is becoming more attractive. And so that long-term approach is actually just holding on to property, because that property that's less than a mile from the beach is not going to become less expensive in the next 10 years.
Last question from me, and then we'll open it up and move on. The driving force in the need for this, one might say, is that wages for working class or low-income working Americans have remained fairly stagnant while the cost of housing has gone up. And so they're just not able to buy as much housing as they were to. Is that true? I mean, are we talking about people that are, Ed's statistic, I think, was 36% of all workers couldn't afford rents over $1,200, I think, something like that. I mean, we're really in this 600 to 900 group. Is that what you're seeing in the housing market?
Yeah, so I mean, I'm guilty of building sort of luxury market rate apartments. It's sort of my day job. And so we see this where people, instead of that sort of 30 to 33% test, are spending 50 to 70% of their incomes on apartments, and they're subsidized by their parents, their friends. They're doing group housing when they weren't before in smaller units, and they're trying to find creative ways to afford apartments in sort of desirable locations that they should otherwise not be able to afford. And so we are seeing that. There is this sort of, if you look at the curve, there is this sort of lump in that sort of $25,000 to $50,000 earners. And even the markets I cover where you've seen sort of job growth recently, with the exception of DC, we've had some private sector higher income growth. But for the most part, in sort of my mid-Atlantic region, almost all the job growth has been in service workers in the 25 to 50,000, and almost everything that is being built is what I'm building a lot in my day job, which are higher-end luxury apartments that appeal to the folks that are making 50 to 125 grand. And so there is an issue there, and we're guilty in sort of what we are doing in some of our day job, where there's a demand for it and an investor sort of appetite to build that type of product. But you're 100% right. There's a large sector there of that sort of lower income earners, and we're not meeting the demand for that. And we're not preserving the affordable housing that is existing today. We're tearing it down to build mixed-use communities and not replacing it one for one. We're putting in new retail centers in places where we had sort of affordable housing areas, and so it is a problem.
Just follow up on that a little bit. One of the things that Harvey does is he repurposes motels. And I'm wondering whether there are other forms of real estate that could be repurposed as we go forward into the future.
There are. Hotels are the easiest one, though, because they already have all the plumbing, mechanical, electrical, and the layouts and everything to sort of facilitate. So he's genius. That's like the easiest way to sort of stamp out units in something that was a pre-existing residential use. Industrial is next to impossible just based on the facilities. People are repurposing office buildings in a lot of the markets I operate in. It's very expensive. Their cores are very different. The mechanical equipment is separate. And so the easiest thing to do is typically a residential building that you're putting more density in. So you're converting 2 and 3 bedroom units into 3 1-bedrooms all of a sudden, so you can get more density on an existing site plan, doing additions to existing affordable or market rate housing, or repositioning something like a hotel, like that was a previous residential use.
But there are other institutional hospitals. People are moving out of large
hospitals. Student housing.
Student housing is the other one. I mean, there's a feeling that we've got an overcapacity in student housing for colleges because of the demographics. Fewer and fewer kids are going to go to college. There are just fewer kids.
Yep.
That maybe those offer an opportunity to repurpose them for housing.
Yeah, and this is getting into architecture, but it's all about your floor plate. And so you want a floor plate that's 70 to 80 feet deep you can get natural light ventilation and all the things that you want for a residential unit. And so buildings that sort of fit in those certain floor plates and dimensions are candidates for reuse, but an office building that's a 200 by 200 foot box or an old Walmart, it's just not the most desirable place to redevelop.
No, it's interesting. I would agree at 100, for those who make 100,000, it's not. But I think for even conversations like this, you would say, how would you do it for people who would be glad to have community in that, right? So we've looked before is what would it look like in a warehouse, which people don't mind warehouses, where you actually put in a sit panel kind of pod unit in it, running the water and electricity on the outside, which becomes really cheap because you don't have to put it in the walls, and you have a shared roof. Sure. So you deduct the roof, and you have an area for common. So I think that there's room. I think there's room to do it for our market. But I think the important thing is how do you give people choices, right? So again, I know you're doing 300,000 units. So how do you do 100 units here and 100 units there to get them in the market, just to create some space? I think there's room for it, and for the people that I see, and we have too many families in Florida and where I come from. But there's just, you look around Orlando, there's too many families raising their kids in hotel rooms. And let me tell you, there's a difference between a hotel room and what Harvey's doing. And so I think we need to look and say, how do we repurpose space that's already built before we send people down the road, right? Because everyone we're talking about that doesn't have a housing place tends to get to housing somewhere, right? Minus, those who are homeless. So how do we make it better for them and create room in the market? And can I tell you a story?
Yeah.
Thanks.
Yeah. Stories are good.
So we're in New Orleans. We're in New Orleans, and my job is for long-term recovery, and we're doing that as a neighborhood approach. And I go to this very nice lady, and she said, I'd like to rebuild my house, but no one will do it. Well, they wouldn't rebuild her house because her house was like 700 square feet. And people would say, well, we don't want to give money for your house. It's 700 square feet. So she's pleading her case. She said, I raised all 5 of my kids in that house. She said, I'd like to have my home back. My point is we gave her home back. Why? Because 700 square feet was her home. Now, I don't know how in the world she does it, but I still meet families with 4 and 5 kids that are living in hotel rooms. I don't know how they do it either. So I just think there's ways that we can look and say, how do we get a 10%, 12% return? I think there's ways to do it that we can be creative on if we stop saying that I won't live in it. Because it's interesting, people don't mind 700 square feet of living space on a yacht. They just struggle with the idea of it in a home.
Okay, so let's open up for questions. We've had a great dialogue. Thank you guys very much. We brought in some real good experts on these issues. Mr. Olner.
I wanted to come back to Robbie's comment about the difficulty of doing the market rate economical housing in a market like Washington. So we do a lot of analysis of land prices here at AEI, and clearly you couldn't do it in this neighborhood.
Sure.
But there's tremendous variation in land prices across the DC area. So I'm wondering if just on land prices alone, you couldn't do this in a place like Prince George's County, where land is very cheap.
No, you definitely can, and you can do it closer to transit too. I mean, there's areas like Branch Avenue Metro and areas that are underserved today where land pricing is depressed, and you could go in and buy distressed industrial property or other folks and do new construction. I don't think you do ground up for 50 to 70,000 per unit there. It's probably 125,000, but you can offer at that point 1,000 to 1,200 rents, which in this area is still very affordable compared to alternatives in the metro, and still offer some level of transit. And there are areas in Northeast DC, there are areas in Anacostia. So it's not that you can't do it, it's that the neighborhoods are few and far between, and you've got to go to what some people would consider maybe secondary or tertiary locations in the metro to pull it off.
But what about on the regulatory side? Is the District of Columbia, with all its great desire to produce affordable housing, will it be supportive of bringing those costs down so that you can do this?
Well, it's going to be tough. I mean, Mayor Bowser is a huge proponent of this, and anybody from DC has seen a lot of this going on right now. So there's a huge fund going out. There's requirements on market rate development to put a lot more affordable housing in, but there hasn't been a push yet, or at least early in her term, to really to target certain sites. And I know subsidies are a bad word here, but to subsidize development so that these can be developed. So it's doable. I think the regulations are going to be a hurdle just like they are for a market rate. It's going to take time. It's going to take patience. But I think with patient capital and a municipality who wants to see it and believes in it, it can happen.
Okay. Other questions? Okay, I think we're going to stop. All right, is that all right? We have no. Oh, you have a question. I've got somebody wasn't going to let me. We have. Is that? Go ahead.
Thank you. My name is Li Yang. Thanks for your presentation. I think in Washington D.C. there's some kind of effort try to renovate the existing building. So I just wonder, do you predict that would be very successful or not? A second is we're talking about this Harvest project. It's a month-to-month lease.
Yeah.
I just wonder if there would be any difference if a developer is by yearly lease, and whether the tenant would be kicked out anytime with good legal protection.
Okay. You want to take the lease question, and then you can do the.
Yeah, I would say even in the projects you see in Sarasota, you would see that he changes the lease depending on what he's leasing. So the Economical one is a short-term lease, and then those that are regular apartments and houses, he uses a long-term lease. And under each one, he then assumes the risk of the length of the lease, which makes sense for the population that he's serving.
So, and I think the first question was about redeveloping of existing properties for similar assets that Harvey has. Is that correct?
Yeah.
And I think that's difficult to do in downtown tight urban areas. So in Washington D.C. as the example, it's probably not going to happen in D.C. because they're going to push for higher density development, and the land prices are not going to financially work out to do that. But in Woodbridge, Virginia, or Prince George County, or closer to Annapolis, where there's a dilapidated shopping center, where there may be an older hotel, I think there's a possibility to do that. And we've seen some market rate guys do this with converting some older hotels or apartments into sort of more workforce housing, but it's typically 15 to 45 miles outside of the urban core because they haven't been able to afford to pull it off anywhere close in.
Makes sense.
So let's thank our panelists. They've been great, and thank you very much. All of our participants, and especially Ed Pinto for pulling this all together. Great work.